experiment. Concrete. Research Lab. Computer Lab. Animation Lab. Computer Graphics and Multimedia. Chroma Studio. Advanced Java Programming Lab, Software Testing Lab, Web Technology Lab, Lecture Hall, Architecture Studio 1. Community Health Nursing Practice Laboratory, Advanced Nursing Skill Laboratory, Nursing Foundation Laboratory, OBGYN and Pediatrics Laboratory, Nutrition Laboratory, Child Health Nursing Lab, Obstetrics and Gynecology Lab, Nutrition Lab, Auditorium, Operation Theatre, students doing procedure, faculty of pharmacy, lab,
Evening to one and all. May I request our Honorable President, Engineer A.C. Arun Kumar, Sir, Vice Chancellor Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi Ma'am, Registrar Sir, Rector Dr. D. Vishwanathan Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Devi Chandran Sir to occupy the dais. I request Ashish to join us in our dais. Vinu Nair, Head HR Admin TI Clean Mobility Private Limited to occupy the dais. In the words of business magnate Steve Wynn, human resources are not a thing we do, it's that runs the business. On behalf of Department of Placement and Training, Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, I extend a warm welcome to the National HR Conclave for Corporate Professionals. Our conclave for today gives us insight on ensuring improvement in managing resources for the new generation. We are enthralled to have you here in the panel discussion on decoding the future of HR new age workforce. We hope that everyone is in a happy disposition and the discussions lined up will be fruitful. To begin this auspicious event, let's seek the blessings of God as He is the guiding force of each one of us. Let's rise up for the invocation, Tamil Thai word. I request everyone to be seated. Light, darkness. It symbolizes brightness, truth, knowledge. It keeps us stumbling away from the dark. To make this evening a blessed one, I invite the dignitaries on the dais and Mr. Ashish Gagre from HR Shapers to light the lamp. You are valued. You are important. You are listened. Your presence makes this occasion fragrant. To make you comfortable and pleasant, I request our Dean Placement, Industry Institute Planning Cell, Dr. C. Balakrishnan, to deliver the welcome note.
Self-belief and hard work is always success. At outset, let me thank all of you who are present here and braving the climate. A good warm evening to one and all. Today, I am extremely privileged to welcome you all for this HR conclave. First and foremost, I thank this opportunity to welcome our Honorable President, Founder Chancellor Sir, Honorable President Sir, Honorable Secretary Sir, who always encourage and support us in all endeavors. I feel extremely welcome to our Madam Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Provost, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Rector, Registrar, my colleagues from our university. Thank you for having made it to be present here at this conclave. Welcome. I am deeply honored by several panelists joining our group discourses this afternoon, and warm welcome to all of them present here. I pleasures and appreciate moment to welcome all the HR of various companies to grace these occasions. We at our university have been for long thinking about a meet. Initially to thank you for helping us in placing our students in your corporate. Heartfelt thanks. We have learned a lot from your several placement interview, meets with you, and looking at what the industry needs. I extend warm welcome to all you present here for the Future 4.0 New Age Workforce. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. I am indeed happy to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, who made her own signature with milestone contributions in the medical educational field and who always tried to compete our university with global standards. May I request her for the introductory address. Ma'am.
Thank you and very good evening to all the participants and the industry heads here. And we should thank our Chairman A.C. Shanmugam and our Honorable President A.C.S. Arun Kumar and other dignitaries on the dais. And of course you are the dignitaries here to be here on this evening for the various panel discussions and other discussions. Of course, you know, the whole scenario has changed after the COVID, where it is called the new normal. So this new normal, you have the digitalization has come, where the HR of the previous one has gone, and now it's all digitalization, where artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning and everything has come, and it's now the chatbot, right? That is what in one word is say. The robo is what you use as a chatbot, and this is going to help you in making the future HR of your own industries. And I see today the plethora of various industries here who have come with their own requirement, and as well I would say it's a heart line. It is heart line means mind and heart, where you have to have your own people in your own industries to have a heart line with you all. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. We are dealing with the presence of our rector, Dr. D. Viswanathan, an epitome of experience and knowledge. Dr. D. Viswanathan, former Vice Chancellor, Anna University. Presently, he is our Rector, Research and Development. He was closely associated with the DRDO, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and Indian Space Research Organization. Under his able guidance, our university marked the history of India by launching 100 femto satellites. May I request our Rector for his keynote address.
Respected President, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, good evening. I am delighted to participate in this conclave because this is one of the very important events organized by our university. On behalf of the university authorities, it is my pleasure welcoming you also. These HR professions gathering here, this gives us a kind of enthusiasm and motivation for us. We would like to know from you what type of skill our students should have when you are looking, what you are looking for. As our present situation after pandemic, we are finding it very difficult to manage the present set of students. As you all know, our students are always brilliant, talented. Unfortunately, their time is taken away by mobiles. Each student is wasting nearly 8 to 9 hours a day. We are unable to control it. If that is the case, in 4 years of time, he is wasting nearly 10,000 hours. Then what type of skill we can train him? It's a big challenge for us. We continuously talk to them. But still, it's a big challenge. And not only this mobile, but other distractions also there, like movies and other games, etc. So with this kind of challenges we are facing, we expect from your side that what type of skill we have to adopt and train them. There are two main objectives. One is a knowledge transfer as well as a skill development. And third one is entrepreneurship. Our university is taking all efforts to train the students to train the programs in latest syllabus also. Every 4 years we have a new syllabus. In the field of computer science, we find artificial intelligence, data science, big data analytics, etc. But at the same time, we do find the shortage of teachers in this field. So, all these things, our university is taking extraordinary steps to train the teachers. We are sponsoring our teachers to attend the faculty development programs, etc. My request to all of you is that kindly visit our campus, interact with our faculties, and sponsor some projects to our faculty members. We can have joint research programs. We can sponsor, we can have a special course for your industrial people. So these joint research programs, joint programs are order of the day is indeed necessary. Then you look for graduates with different type of skills, and most of our students are not having. It's a big defeat for us. In fact, when I was in Anna University, we took extraordinary steps. The placement was nearly 100%. Our university students. Here we need to, the present situation is not that much encouraging. Kindly these panel discussions will help us to go further, defining the training programs, or skill development programs, etc. I would like to mention here very interesting program by the university is when our Prime Minister visited last year and addressed the United Nations General Assembly. He announced India is celebrating 75th year of independence, and in commemoration of these celebrations, 75 satellites will be launched in India, and they were built by students. So our university chairman and president encouraged us to apply for the same. Out of nearly 50,000 colleges in India, only 75 institutions have to be identified And MGR University is the one among them to got the develop the satellite. Our university is spending more than 3 crores for this project. Presently, the satellite is being developed by students. So we do find excellent students' talents are available. And in this field, our university is going to start diploma courses as well as the degree program, postgraduate program in space technology. Like that, the skill and we give them opportunity, our students are able to achieve the goal. So dear friends, this occasion will definitely a turning point in our university system, and further we want projects from you, we want collaboration from you, with you, we want interaction with you. I hope this program will be useful to every one of you. Thank you very much. Our Vice Chancellor is reminding me that we have to initiate the incubation center. That is also already we have decided to start the incubation center so that the industries can come and interact with us, the new technologies which we are developing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving the glimpses of the Satellite Club, which was launched in Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute University. We are happy to welcome our Honorable Chairman, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam, for this conclave. Light fades away darkness. It symbolizes brightness, truth, and knowledge. It keeps us stumbling away from the dark. To make this evening a blessed one, I invite the dignitaries on the dais, along with Mr. Ashish Dagre from HR Shapers, to light the lamp.
Center. A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. This evening, this hall is sparkling with the presence of a genuine leader, a measure of conscience, renowned statesman,
a sagacious educationist who provided better foothold for the generation of India, who has an uncanny ability to win the hearts of everyone he meets with his pleasant demeanor, who enters himself for the upliftment of the downtrodden, a personified dignity, carving a niche for himself with his perennial concern for the humanity. The Iron Bismarck of Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute University, our founder chancellor, Dr. A.C. Shanmugam. With immense happiness, I will invite him for the inaugural address. Sir, please.
அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய முதல் வணக்கம். மேடையில் இருக்கின்றவர்களுக்கும் மேடையில் எதிரே இருக்கின்றவர்களுக்கும் எங்கள் அழைப்பை ஏற்று வருகை தந்த அத்துணை HR மேனேஜருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினருக்கும் என்னுடைய முதல் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். HR பதவி போஸ்ட் என்பது ஒரு மனிதனுடைய கண் போன்றது. ஒரு நிறுவனம் வளர்ந்து வரக்கூடிய நிறுவனம், வளர்ந்த நிறுவனம் செடியாக நிற்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் HR பங்குதான் முதல் முக்கியம். ஒரு HR மேனேஜர் வலுவோடு எங்கு இருக்கிறார்களோ அந்த நிறுவனம் நல்ல முறையிலே நிமிர்ந்து மேலும் வளரும். ஆகவே உங்களை எல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கிறது. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் சார்பில் வரவேற்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். இங்கு எங்களுடைய நிறுவனம் ஆலமரம் போன்று இன்று வளர்ந்திருக்கிறது. 35 ஆண்டு காலம் வரலாறு எங்களுக்கு. 25 கல்லூரிகள் இருக்கிறது, 4 மருத்துவக் கல்லூரி மருத்துவமனை இருக்கிறது. உங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல் டு PhD வரை நாங்கள் வைத்திருக்கிறோம். ஸ்கூல் டு MD ஜெனரல் மெடிசன் சூப்பர் ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டி வரை வைத்திருக்கிறோம். ஆகவே உங்களுக்கு எந்த விதத்திலே நாங்கள் உறுதுணையாக இருக்க வேண்டும் அல்லது நாங்கள் உங்களுக்கு என்ன உறுதுணையாக இருக்க வேண்டும், நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு எப்படி உறுதுணையாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு நிகழ்வு. இந்த நிகழ்விலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய பாராட்டுதலை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஒரு நிறுவனம் என்பது, ஒரு ஜாப் என்பது ஒரு மனிதனுக்கு முக்கியமான ஒன்று. நானே ஒரு முதலாக நான் PUC முடித்தவுடன் என்னுடைய தந்தையார், என்னுடைய மாமா ஆரணி நகரமன்ற தலைவர், அவரிடம் சொல்லி என்னை ஒரு வேக்கன்சி பொசிஷனில் என்னை ஜூனியர் அசிஸ்டண்டாக சேர்த்து விட்டார். நான் ஜூனியர் அசிஸ்டண்டாக நான் தொடர்ந்திருந்தால் அதிகமாக கமிஷனர் ஆக முடியும் அல்லது ஜாயின்ட் கமிஷனர் ஆக முடியும். இன்று 10,000 பேருக்கு நான் வேலை கொடுத்திருக்கிறேன். 30 நிறுவனங்களை நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். ஆகவே முயற்சி என்பது HR மட்டுமல்ல, யாராக இருந்தாலும் முயற்சி என்பது ஒரு தொழிலை தெரிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பு. அந்த தொழிலே ஒரு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கிடைக்கும் போது அந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை வைத்துக்கொண்டு நீங்கள் ஒரு தொழிலதிபராக வர வேண்டும். அதுதான் ஒரு நல்ல கான்செப்ட். அது HR மேனேஜர் ஒரு சிலர் அப்படியே HR-ஆகவே இருந்து ரிட்டையர் ஆக வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணம் இருக்கக்கூடாது. HR எந்த துறையில் இருக்கிறீர்களோ, எந்த நிறுவனத்தில் இருக்கிறோம், அந்த நிறுவனத்திலே உங்களுடைய இன்வால்மெண்ட், உங்களுடைய கவனிப்பு இவை இருந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு தொழிலதிபராக வர முடியும். ஆகவே தொழிலதிபர்களாக வேலை செய்து சம்பளம் தான் என்ற ஒரு நிர்ணயம் ஒரு மனிதனுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடாது. நாம் 10 பேருக்கு வேலை கொடுக்க வேண்டும். எப்படி உங்களுக்கு பெருமை, ஒரு 100 பேரை ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கு எடுக்கிறீங்க, கம்பெனியுடைய மேனேஜர், MD, சேர்மன் ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக பாராட்டுவார். அதோடு நம்ம நிற்க வேணான்றோம். ஒரு படி மேலே வந்து இப்போ எல்லா நிறுவனங்களும் இருக்குது, கடன் வசதி வாய்ப்புகள் இருக்குது, எத்தனையோ நிறுவனங்கள் இருக்குது. ஆகவே நீங்கள் தொழிலதிபராக வரணுன்ற ஒரு வேண்டுகோளை நான் உங்களுக்கு வைக்கிறேன். HR-ஆகவே நீங்கள் இருக்க வேணாம். HR-ம் ஒரு தொழிலதிபராக வந்தாங்க, 20 பேருக்கு வேலை கொடுத்தாங்க, 50 பேருக்கு வேலை கொடுத்தாங்கன்னு இருக்கணும். இது தொழில் அதிபராக நான் சொல்லலை, உங்களில் ஒருத்தனா நான் சொல்கிறேன். அதுபோல் ஒரு வேலை வாய்ப்பு என்பது ஒரு வாழ்க்கையில் ஒருத்தனுக்கு விளக்கேற்றி வச்சுருங்க. ஒரு 10 பேரை வேலைக்கு எடுக்கிறீங்கன்னா அந்த 10 உங்களுடைய குடும்பம் உங்களை நிச்சயமாக வாழ்க்கும். அதே ஒரு நல்ல ஆளுங்களை நீங்கள் வேலைக்கு எடுக்கும்போது தான் ஒரு அந்த நிறுவனம் நல்ல நிறுவனமாக மாறும். அதில் அங்கி பெருக்கி கொஞ்சம் கேஜி இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் எவ்ரி இயர் நீங்கள் குறைக்கணும். அப்போ தான் உங்கள் கம்பெனியும் மேலே வளரும். நீங்கள் செலக்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு நல்ல ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக, நல்ல காலேஜாக, நல்ல பல்கலைக்கழகமாக நீங்கள் செலக்ட் பண்ணணும். அதில் நாங்கள் நிச்சயமாக ஒரு நல்ல பல்கலைக்கழகமாக நல்ல மாணவர்களை உங்களுக்கு கொடுப்போம், நல்ல வேட்பாளர்களை உங்களுக்கு கொடுப்போம், நல்ல செலெக்ஷன் டீமை கொடுக்குறோம். அதுக்கு எங்களால், ஏன்னா எங்களுடைய மாணவர்களை நாங்கள் மேலே கொண்டாடணும். பேரண்ட்டாக நீங்கள் பாருங்கள், எப்படியாவது எங்கள் மாணவர்களுக்கு வேலை வாங்கி தரணும். அது ஃபஸ்ட்டு டியூட்டி எங்களுக்கு. அதுபோல் உங்கள் கம்பெனிக்கு ஒரு நல்ல கேண்டிடேட் கிடைக்கணும். அந்த நல்ல கேண்டிடேட்டை எம்ஜிஆர் பல்கலைக்கழகம் நிச்சயமாக தரும் என்ற நம்பிக்கையை சொல்கிறோம். உங்களுக்கு உறுதுணையாக பக்கபலமாக இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகம் இருக்கும். அதுக்கு ஒரு யங் பிரசிடென்ட் இருக்கார், அருண்குமார். அவர் நல்லா உங்களுக்காக என்ன வேணும்னாலும் செஞ்சு கொடுப்பாரு. நிச்சயமாக மியூச்சுவல் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டில் ஒரு நல்லா இன்னும் மேலும் வளர்கிறதுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for the inaugural address. As I promised, we are equipping our students to meet the industrial standards. We are sure that our products are matching global standards. Proceeding to our next agenda for today, it's time for MOU exchanges. I request Casa Grand Builder Private Limited, a committed real estate enterprise, to come forward for the exchange of MOU with Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute University. This MOU is signed for the mutual benefits of the university on training, guest lectures, project internships and placements. Thank you, Casa Grand Builder and Private Limited. I invite Desanas EdTech, who is prominent in bridging the skill gap, for exchange of MOU with Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute University. Desanas EdTech. This MOU is to upskill our students from mechanical, electrical and related departments to prepare them for the core jobs in the automotive industry. It includes training in industry relevant skills, internships and placement assistance with companies such as Tata Elxsi, Segular Technologies, etc. Thank you, EdTech. It's an honor to invite Indian Institute of Industry Interaction, Education and Research, a mentor organization which plays a vital role in the educational field across global destinations, for exchanging MOU with Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute University. Indian Institute of Industry Interaction, Education and Research is signing an MOU to provide high demand skill training to our students to make them industry ready, especially in automobile sectors. Thank you. For transforming the vision of our founder Chancellor into actions, we are exhilarated with the presence of our young leader, our Honorable President Engineer A.C.S. Arun Kumar. May I request our Honorable President, Honorable Chancellor and the dignitaries on the dais to felicitate our corporate representative. Mr. Ashish Dakre, Founder HR Shapers. Mr. Venkata Narayanan R, President HR Brani Group. Ms. Hema Rengaswamy, VP HR Lead for Global Tech, SCB Global Business Service. Ms. Jayanti Anil Kumar, Head HRSSC L&T. We can give a round of applause for this corporate. Mr. Vivek Rao, DGM HR Mahindra. Mr. Binu Nair, Head HR and Admin TI Clean Mobility Private Limited. Mr. Balasubramanian, Head HRD Legal Affairs, KTV Health Food. Mr. Jayan Sheshadri, VP and Head HR Create Technology Service. Ms. Padma Jayaraman, Associate Director, HR CSS Corporation. Mr. Chaco Jacob, Deputy Manager L&T MRF Limited. I request you to give a kind round of applause. Ms. Vishnu Prayal, HR Head, BASF Catalyst India Private Limited. Mr. Logesh Ambikavati, GM HR High Tech Metropolis Healthcare. Thank you, sirs, for felicitating our corporate personalities. Little moment, big memories. Memories remain vivid and heartwarming. To make these moments happiness and into evergreen memories, let's have a photo session with our panel speakers. I request all the panel speakers to come up to the stage.
Ready, sir? Okay, sir. All of you look in, sir. Ready, sir? One more. One more, sir. Thank you, sir.
நான் விடைபெறத்துக்கு முன்னே ஒரு நல்ல செய்தி சொல்கிறேன். உங்களுக்கு உங்கள் லேபருங்க, உங்கள் ஸ்டாஃபுங்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் ஸ்கீம் இருக்கும். இதை உங்கள் கம்பெனி கொடுக்கலாம். அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் திஸ், நாங்கள் வந்து எங்கள் 2 மெடிக்கல் காலேஜும், ஏசிஎஸ் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜும் 800 பெட் ஆகிருக்கு. லலிதாம்பிகை மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ் அண்ட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல், இது 2 சென்னையில் இருக்குது. பெங்களூர் கம்பெனி, பெங்களூர் டீம் வந்தாலும் பெங்களூரில் நம்பர் 1 காலேஜ், ஒன் ஆஃப் தி டாப் காலேஜ் இன் ராஜராஜேஸ்வரி மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ். அந்த ராஜராஜேஸ்வரி மெடிக்கல் காலேஜில் 1 லட்சம் சர்ஜரி 13 வருஷத்தில் செஞ்சோம். அது இலவசமாக செஞ்சோம். ஒரு பேபி சர்ஜரி பேபியாக இருந்தால் ஒரு ப்ரைவேட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் 2 லட்ச ரூபா ஆகும். 2 நாள் முன்னாடி அட்மிட் பண்ணோம். ஆஃப்டர் சர்ஜரி ஆஃப்டர் 5 days பொறுத்து 7 days மினிமம் 2 lakhs ஆகும். நாங்கள் வெறும் 2000 ரூபா மெடிசனில் பண்ணுறோம். ஒன்லி மெடிசன், ஃபார்மசி வாங்கி கொடுத்தா போதும். அதே இந்த கம்பெனிகளுக்கும், உங்கள் சார்ந்த உறவினருக்கும், உங்கள் குடும்பங்களுக்கும், அல்லது உங்களுடைய கம்பெனியில் இருக்கிற ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர்ஸுக்கும் நாங்கள் கார்டு இஷ்யூ பண்ணுறோம். ஃப்ரீ கார்டை ஒன்லி மெடிசன், ஃபார்மசி மட்டும் நீங்கள் பேமெண்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். ஆல் டாக்டர் ஃபீஸ், சர்ஜரி ஃபீஸ், அனஸ்தீசியா மேக்ஸிமம் என்னென்ன ஃப்ரீயாக பண்ணணுமோ பண்ணுறோம். ஒன்லி ஃபார்மசி எங்ககிட்ட இல்லை, அது வெளியேருந்து வரணும். அதனால் ஃபார்மசி மட்டும் நீங்கள் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். எனி சர்ஜன் எதுவாக இருந்தாலும், சர்ஜரியாக இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் அதை பண்ணுறோம். இல்லை டாப் மோஸ்ட் எனி டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் சர்ஜரியாக இருந்தாலும் பெங்களூர் காலேஜில் பண்ணுறோம். அது இன்னும் சென்னை பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கலை. அங்கே வந்து சூப்பர் ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டி எல்லா பிரான்ச்சும் இருக்குது. அந்த 100 ஐசியூ தியேட்டர் இருக்குது, 20 ஆப்ரேஷன் தியேட்டர் இருக்குது, அது வந்து இந்தியாவில் டாப் காலேஜ் இன் பெங்களூர். அந்த 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 ஃபெசிலிட்டிஸும் எடுக்கலாம். திருவாண்டத்தில் ஒரு மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ் இருக்குது. இந்த கம்பெனிங்களில் உங்கள் ஸ்டாஃபுங்க இவங்க யாராக இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் யார் யாருக்கும் எங்கள் ஹெச்ஆருங்களாக கூட எங்கள் டீமாக கூட நான் உங்களுக்கு கார்டு இஷ்யூ பண்ண சொல்கிறோம். ஃப்ரீ கார்டு, ஃப்ரீ ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் ஒன்லி. அதை வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து உங்கள் உறவினர்களுக்கும் நீங்கள் கொடுக்கலாம், நீங்கள் உங்கள் ஸ்டாஃபுகளுக்கும் நீங்கள் கொடுக்கலாம். எங்கே இது கவரேஜ் ஆகாமல் இருக்கோ, இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரேஜ் ஆகாமல் இருக்கோ அவங்களுக்கு இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரேஜும் எங்கள் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் இருக்குது. அதனால் இதை வந்து நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் பயன்படுத்திக்கணும். ஏன்னா நம்ம எல்லாரும் நம்ம பேங்க்கில் எவ்வளோ இருக்குன்றத விட வர்ஷிப் பேங்க்கில், புண்ணிய பேங்க்கில் எவ்வளோ இருக்குதுன்னு நம்ம பார்க்கணும். அதுக்கு கிடைச்ச பரிசு தான் எனக்கு எஃப்ஆர்சிபிஎஸ் லண்டனில் கிளாஸ்கோ பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் ராயல் காலேஜ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ் அண்ட் சர்ஜரி கொடுத்தாங்க. அது இந்தியாவில் 2 பேருக்கு தான் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஒன்று கேஆர் நாராயணன் ஜனாதிபதியாக சீஃப் கெஸ்டாக அந்த கிளாஸ்கோ பல்கலைக்கழகத்துக்கு போனார். அப்போது ராயல் காலேஜ்லேருந்து அதை கொடுத்தாங்க. அடுத்து செகண்ட் இந்தியன் நான் மெடிக்கல், நான் லா கிராஜுவேட், நான் மெடிக்கல் பர்சன், நான் 2வது மனிதன். அதனால் ஒர்க்ஷூட் பேங்க்கில் எவ்வளோ இருக்குன்றத உங்கள் ஹெச்ஆர் லீடருங்களும் நீங்கள் பண்ணுங்கள். முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் உங்களால் முடிஞ்ச ஆளுங்க, உங்களை சார்ந்தவங்க, உங்கள் சர்வெண்ட்டுங்க, உங்கள் ரிலேட்டிவ்ங்க, பூவர், ஒரு சர்ஜரின்னா 2 லட்சம் 3 லட்சம் 5 லட்சம் ஆகிடும். அது போலெல்லாம் தவிர்த்து வெறும் 10,000 ரூபாய் மெடிசனில், 5,000 ரூபாய் மெடிசனில் பெங்களூரில் எனி டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணுறோம், என்ன மாற்று உறுப்பு பண்ணுறோம். அதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் வந்து ஃப்ரீயாக பண்ணுறோம். அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டியும் இந்த அமைப்பு உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கும். அதை நீங்கள் பயன்படுத்திக்கலாம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. As our former chancellor said, we have to look into what we have done for our worship bank. Next, we are moving into the first panel discussion curated with the theme Decoding Future of HR for New Age Workforce. To chair the session, may I invite Mr. Ashish Gavre. You all for this first panel discussion, and over to Mr. Ashish Gavre.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good to see a lot of people. And yesterday we were so worried what to do, and finally I think this time we decided let's go ahead. So thanks to institute, thanks to entire team, who made this very courageous decision, because till yesterday, people were saying okay, next 2 days lot of rent and all, but finally we can see, full room of almost 150 to 200 people. And I don't know how many of you don't know that on the first floor there is a special arrangement for those people who are not able to be in the room because of the seat. So there is a light telecast over there, and the registration desk will take care in case the room is full of people here. Okay. Thanks to all the panelists. So Jayanti, Venkat Narayan sir, Hema, Binu and Vivek. Most of them already, shared the dais earlier with HR Shaper. Thanks for joining. So topic is very interesting. Can you get more mic? Yeah, I was just searching in Google what is the meaning of decoding. We HR always believe in so much of gyan and all. So let's make it very simple. And then what we are saying, okay, decoding the future of HR for a new age workforce. And we all know new age workforce, what they are doing right now. So much of disruption happening, great resignation, moonlighting, quitting. Now quit hiring is happening. Obviously hiring is also happening, right? Okay, so the format of two panel discussion. This is the first one. Second panel discussion will happen after this panel. There will be a break, and this panel will talk about the topic which is more to do with, what are the HR priorities for 2023, right? Okay, and most of them, managing a leadership position in an organization, and they must have decided, how the HR will look like in their organization for 2023. Yeah, and they are ready to share all the knowledge with our audience, right? Do you think this topic really excited you? Yes. Yeah, I'm sure some of you need to make a note, because you can go back to the organization and say, okay, I forget to add XYZ, which can also be my priorities. Yeah, I'm equally looking for a lot of learning from each one of you. Yeah, and we are starting before time. So we will go to audience more than frequent. Yeah, actually panel discussion time was 5 o'clock. And thanks, Bala. Yes, sir, let's give a big round of applause for Bala. Please stand up. Since yesterday I started calling him Rajnikant, who's making this happen. Yeah. So, right, so we are all ready now. Be ready with your question. I am okay with, if anybody asking the question, not in between, unless I ask. Yeah. Okay. And we have diversity in the panel also. Right. So let me start with, Venkat Narayan sir. We have seen lot of HR jargon which has come in 2022. Some of them were not there in 2021. Okay. I want you to share the insight that which of those top three will still be relevant in 2023.
Sure, thanks Ashish. I think thanks for this opportunity and pleasure being with all of you this afternoon. It's not yet Sunday, so it's Saturday afternoon, and it's nice, bright and sunny today, so I think we should all make it in time. I'll also slightly deviate from the script because we need to kind of understand where we stand today. See, we're just coming out of a pandemic. We don't even know if we have come out of the pandemic or not, but we've gone through and experienced something that hit the humanity very hard in the last 2 years. 2 years back, it's all over the world. It never spared anyone, anywhere, rich, poor, young, old, all of those things, men, women. It was really diverse and really inclusive. That's the pandemic that was, right? Okay, I think we come out, I don't see anyone wearing a mask. There comes someone wearing a mask, so from there. So that's a reminder to all of us that we have to be careful still, and a lot of rumors going around, new versions. Number one. Number two is all about inflation and recession. Now, inflation is a big thing, There's so much is happening around inflation, and rates are going up. And there are lots of talks you would have heard about what happened 2 days back. The inflation rate came up. It's announced in the US, slightly less, but imagine US inflation was just about 0.5 or 1%. In the years that I grew up, now it's about 7%. Unbelievable inflation. And of course, there are talks of recession happening. Third, it's about geopolitical tensions, So much is happening around war, and therefore disruption of the entire supply chain. Why I'm setting the context is that a function like HR doesn't exist in isolation, because we work with anyone and everyone, and our function is very much, largely undefined, and it has to kind of, you got to be on your toes and rise to the occasion. So therefore, unity, and there are all kinds of things happening all over different states. Actually, India is a continent today, it's not a country. Because someone says, why don't you learn in local language? Because in French people learn in French, and Germans learn in Germany, Italians learn in their language. But that's a continent. Now we are a country, so we are one single country. So you need some connecting bridge. So these are the overall challenges. And then pandemic happened. Something that caught our attention and imagination suddenly was wellness. There was this wellness which never was so much in focus earlier. Of course, this sort of was getting some attention, but wellness now has really fully blown. And I'm happy this chairman of this institution also announced something around taking care of people's wellness. It's so timely. I mean, it's really awesome that they're doing that work. I'm sure corporates in Chennai should explore further and understand this and see who all can benefit out of it. Wellness continues to be one of the important themes. Then the second thing, there was a big joke that was going around that what accelerated digital transformation in the world? It was the pandemic, COVID, that accelerated, nothing else. Today, all of us are talking about digital transformation, and digital transformation has a context, and therefore that's another important thing. The third, the most important piece that will continue to remain very relevant is culture. Now I think somewhere along the lines in the last 2-3 years there is a little bit of turbulence around culture, and while on the one hand there's a lot of focus on wellness, a lot of focus on employee experience, a lot of people coming together to do a whole lot of things to see how they can. But as you know, there's attrition in the last 2 years. While pandemic, this, that, of course, I think is a very small part of it, which is getting blown out now. I think it will kind of find its level soon. But the question is around culture. An organization stands for, what an institution stands for. Something like, I think I heard a new term called worship balance from the chairman. I think it's very well articulated. I really appreciate him for that. So it's something like, we heard of unique value proposition, unique selling proposition, employee value proposition. So culture, I think that is important. What are the ingredients and how has it changed? How to remain relevant over the next few years. So these are the top 3 themes that comes to my mind, and I'm relating it based on some real work we are doing now, and I see people doing in several forums. I think I'll pause here and then hear others, and then we can take it on from there.
Thank you, sir. So I will go to Jayanti. But before that, I like to congratulate sir for arranging an amazing conference on wellness and well-being. I don't know how many of you attended the recently conference which has happened by, it was in ITC, I believe. Yeah, I think. Paul, Thiru and all, I think they did wonderful conference on wellness, dedicated to wellness. Yeah, so this topic is really booming like anything. See, huge business. There are a lot of applications which are coming up. Obviously, digitalization is one of them. Yeah, and on the serious note, we don't know how many days being passed. Actually, Ukraine and Russia war. It is more than 6 months, 8 months. Nobody is counting even. What's happening in one side of the world and what's happening in another side of the world, where we are thinking about future digital. So okay, madam, over to you. We like to hear. What are the burning HR issue will still be there in 2020?
I think Venkat sir has so beautifully given us probably a very, very holistic view of, I wouldn't call it burning HR issues, probably focus areas. Yeah, focus areas which have emerged as a result of the pandemic predominantly, but then will continue. Probably not just in, because some of these are very, very complex, that by the time we decipher, I think we will well be into 2024. So that's the way I look at it. And I think a lot of similar fraternity will agree with this point, because we're talking about some very complex issues, right? Wellness, and when we say wellness, this is not about physical wellness. Physical wellness, probably we have
in some form or fashion figured out. But when it comes to mental wellness and emotional wellness, probably we haven't yet decoded, to quote your word, Ashish, we haven't really decoded what that means. And none of what we went through in the last 2 years, never ever did we imagine we would. Correct? And we were like pushed into it. Nobody gave us any advance notice, but we figured out a way, not just for ourselves, but for our people. And we were all managing thousands of people, right? So we literally were infants trying to figure out a way, but we figured out for ourselves and in some form of fashion, figured out it for our people as well. So these will remain, but at the same time, I also think there will be talent acquisition which could become a problem. And the simple reason for that is, we have a lot of organizations offering various alternate models of working today. And some industries just can't do it. So when an industry like mine, which is heavily into construction, cannot offer work from home, you cannot construct a bridge sitting at home. Right? So, and we are competing with a lot of organizations who can give you that option, not for engineers, but then there is a culture in the organization. So that will remain a top challenge. Employee experience in its entirety, of which wellness is a portion, culture is a portion, all of that will also remain focus areas for HR, top to down. That's my view, Ashish. Let me pause here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jayanti. And I don't know, I mean, how many of you can really assess how to, ensure that, wellness is taking place, whether it's successful or not. We're still figuring out, what to do and how to do actually. And employee experience, you rightly said, is another buzzword which is coming like anything. Yeah? Great input, and I will come back to you. Audience, please be ready with your question. Topic is HR priorities for 2023. If you think panelists has missed out or something, please remind us. Yeah? Majority of it. If anybody of you thinking why this cannot be a priority in 2023. Yeah? We are sitting here, it doesn't mean that we know everything. Yeah. Okay, so I change the position now. Let me go to Binu and Hema. Yeah. So here, I like to know from both of you that any three HR issue will be no more in 2023. Will be no more in 2023.
So I'm having the mic. So let me start.
Yeah, sure.
So good evening, everybody. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful gathering here. To me, so what is that HR going to do in 2023 is not very clear. So, I mean, not to mention about what we are not going to do. But having said that, just to add, Venkatarayan sir has given a beautiful intro into the stage right for us to contribute. So one thing which I want to add to what Venkatarayan sir was commenting on. See, the pandemic has actually really, what you can say, pulled the people and the countries out of their comfort zone. The reaction to one of the main reaction to the pandemic was to stabilize the economy, because of the contraction has started impacting the companies and the jobs. And then what most of the countries have done is to print more money and put it into circulation. And the money is trying to find a place to settle down. They couldn't do that in 2 years. And then, of course, the price increase and the inflation start happening. And then the federal rate goes up so that the money can be brought back to where it got generated. And it has actually created, and of course, the war situation, where we for the first time, probably in the recent time, we have started talking about food security. I mean, otherwise, world has almost forgotten, Europe has almost forgotten about food security. Other than the energy security, we were not talking about anything else. So now we are talking about food security. So all this particular thing has got a geopolitical impact. And you can see that all the developed worlds, all the settled worlds or advanced worlds are trying to find out that how to deal with these kinds of chaotic environment. And India is being so that it is very beautifully organized chaotism, okay, which is happening here. So we know how to deal with it better, but they have long lost that particular ability to deal with that particular. So keeping all this particular broad thing in mind, if you come back to the question what Ashish has asked, that what is that we are going to stop doing in 2023 from an HR standpoint? To me, I don't think we are going to stop anything, but yes, we will start doing less of certain things. Okay, so that is what I think will happen. So, couple of things which definitely we can look at is one, the pandemic has created a certain level of discomfort in terms of the way the work is organized. So, when the work is disorganized, so to say, from a manager standpoint, and the managers are not equipped to deal with work and performance remotely in a virtual environment, when there is a direct line of sight and authority through which the manager exerts the influence on the performance and the outcome of in a particular corporate setting, when that is being taken out and there is no support system available, the performance anxiety which the managers were carrying in 2021-22, I hope that it is going to come down very significantly, and probably we will be in a much more peaceful environment from a organizing work standpoint. So that is something which is going to be a good news for HR in 2023. Second thing is from a human relations standpoint, the trust deficit developed in a non-collaborative work environment which was induced by the pandemic is settling down now. Okay, and actually the pandemic has really tested the caliber and the character of employees and managers and leadership, and that has triggered especially the consumer facing and revenue generating roles, and the people who are more into service oriented industry will understand this better, that how they have managed this particular thing when their efficiency and performance are tracked on a daily basis, and when the team members are not available to understand the progress and all that stuff. The kind of trust deficit and the issues related, interpersonal issues related out of this trust deficit was very high. And in terms of assessing the performance outcome and all that stuff, I think that is going to settle down to a great extent in 2022. I'll take a pause at this point in time. Okay. Yeah. Emma?
Hi everyone, good evening. Good to see so many faces here. Like Ashish said yesterday, was very worried whether we'll see a good turnout, whether the event will happen. So optimism always wins. So with that note, let me take a stab at the question given by Ashish. I think Binu articulated it pretty well. When that question came to us, I was thinking, is there anything that HR is going to stop doing, really? So that was a big question mark. I think Ashish gave us a good challenge in, kind of figuring out what should we really be focusing on less, or eventually stop doing, if not in 2023, at least a couple of years from now. I view it in three different lenses. So changes happened, like Venkat sir said, changes happened and accelerated by pandemic. So the three lenses that I will view the change through is work itself, the workforce, and the workplace. I think phenomenal changes have happened in all the three quadrants. And the pace of change at which that we HR professionals, all the HR professionals in this room have faced in the last 2 to 3 years have been enormous, right? It's massive. So from a work angle, there is asynchronous work that came into being pretty much, at least which is very new for Indian continent. With people can work the time that suits them, giving them that flexibility to pick a time. I'm not saying this is being given to all the people, like he rightly called out, there are frontline staff and customer facing roles which probably did not get this advantage, but we do have people, a lot of people getting into the asynchronous work mode. And work itself, like we are exploring ways where talent can be placed anywhere. Work can be done from anywhere, like anywhere, anyone, any place kind of model is slowly coming into maturity. In some sectors, I wouldn't call out all sectors, definitely in knowledge sectors it's coming through. From a workplace perspective, I think all of us in the room know already, hybrid model, I think again a key word. Hybrid I thought till 2 years back applied only to vehicles, but slowly it came into the workplace model. So we have hybrid model, you work from home, you work from a satellite office, you actually come into the branch and work, or there is, laptops which you kind of log into from anywhere. So multiple options and systems are available. So hybrid workplace came into being. From a workforce perspective, I think few of us touched upon, gig model. So gig workforce, moonlighting, etc. I think it is in little bit early stages for us, specifically in the technology industry, maybe a little advanced in the other places, but gig economy, gig workers, again are something that is here to stay from a workforce perspective. And I have spent a lot of stint with software services and supporting technology folks in the market. So one thing that I am seeing more and more in India and also in other pockets across Asia, Pacific and Europe region is a lot of people are preferring talent which are more flexi, which can kind of come in on a contractual basis, finish the work and then go. So the workforce composition itself is going to be seeing a lot of transformation in the next couple of years. Definitely I've seen it happen in 2022, which is going to accelerate in 2023. So these are three lenses I was viewing through. So as a result of this, what should we probably do less of, or eventually how our job description as a HR professional will shape up, right? So one would be technology has become pervasive. The skills life, the shelf life of skills has come down significantly. So inflation is going up, but the shelf life of skills is coming down, right? So if you are very skilled at a particular area in technology or any other area, right? Now that skill would have lasted probably for my father, if he knew accounting and certain skills, that would have lasted him till he retired. That's not the case anymore, right? So if you know Java till 10 years back, you can smooth sail for a decade. But now I think the skills are changing so much. Every 6 months or 12 months or 18 months, you constantly need to upskill or cross-skill or reskill to stay in the race. So I think that is something we all need to be aware of. So the constant learning is something that's going to shape us. So with that said, that is an area, probably a key focus area for us. I was reading an article by Deloitte which also called out digital learning divide. So the digital learning divide, if you look at Asia, probably India has one of the highest gap from a digital learning divide perspective. And that is, kind of something that we need as HR professionals need to focus on in the next 2 years to 3 years to bridge that gap. So unless we bridge the digital learning gap, it will eventually lead to a talent gap, which I think all of us are facing the pinch. So the digital learning gap is something that we need to focus on. And the last bit, with the more young generation coming into the workforce, what I'm also seeing is they are very, very passionate about the purpose of the organization. So the traditional EVP models that we have, which speak about your benefits, your compensation, your policies, other things that you offer as part of value proposition, I think the important ingredient that got added is, what is your purpose of the organization? Is that aligned with what I want to achieve as a person? Is it aligned with my career aspirations, what I want to do, etc.? So I think aligning the purpose of the organization is something that we need to be more and more focused on in the coming future. So my last point, which I give it back to Ashish, is with technology being pervasive, a lot of things will get automated, have already gotten automated, right? Which means our focus on manual intervention that I think all of us do as HR professionals, I think that will significantly come down. Chatbots and automation, we hear about machine learning being applied. We have a lot of tools coming up in the TA space, in the learning space, which will eventually make the manual interaction go away. Query resolution was something, it kind of got picked up everywhere. So that's probably level 0 of it. But I'm sure more and more such automation tools are going to come into being. So maybe that manual intervention is probably something we would hope to do less of in 2023 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. So some of the points which are coming across, like, Binu said, we are trusting more people now in the organization, right? One of the example, earlier video interview used to be considered fake. Today, if somebody do not switch off the camera, we still show the empathy. Are you okay? Everything is fine, right? Okay. So these are the huge transformation which are taking place in the human behavior. Okay, and most of the time, we rely, okay, everything is fine. Like in the COVID, we started asking, how are you doing actually? And that was mean to us, right? Not what are you doing? I have given the job, what have you completed or not? And then you talk about my digital learning gap. I want to know from the audience, in the last 6 months, how many courses on the digital HR have you gone through? We all keep talking about AI, ML, robotics, right? And these are related to HR as well. Anybody has gone through the digital HR course in any automation related to the HR? One person? So we are not investing in ourselves. To large extent, all the CHR are also responsible because there is no dedicated budget given, or people don't want to go. I don't know. It may be both the sides, right? Oh, there is no time. Yeah, but that's always there. I mean, time, like Sachin Tendulkar is a 24 hours like us. It's like how to prioritize. Okay, great. And then purpose is most important. And with you saying 3W, which is workforce, workplace, and work. And it reminds me of 3D, which is disruption, destruction, and destruction, which is happening in a huge way. Every time, every day, every second. Okay, so I go to Vivek and Jayanti madam again. So Vivek, I wanted to know which are top 3 HR issues will come suddenly in 2023. Nobody knows in this audience, or neither, maybe I think you may be knowing, that's why I'm asking you. And then we'll come to you, Jayanti.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ashish, for this curveball. And I'll attempt to play Nostradamus here. Don't know how much relevant that will be for your organization. And here, let me put a caveat to what I'm going to say, because I saw the composition of this audience. We are from diverse workplaces, right, with different models of work. We are, some of us are from the core manufacturing industry, so some of us are from fintech, IT, ITES, right? Every workplace will have a different challenge, in my opinion, and every work model will face some stress from what has already been said by my fellow panelists today, right? So let's take a step back and talk about what happened in the last couple of years. When I come to the first point of what might come up suddenly, right? So you had something called the Great Resignation, and everyone was struggling with, possibly around 20% of your organization looking out and moving on, etc. And you were stuck with a lot of roles which you had to fill in at a very short notice period, a short moment of time, right? And what that led to in the past couple of years, in my opinion, was the great talent acquisition war. Organizations suddenly fought with each other to acquire talent, the same talent which they probably could have gotten pre-pandemic, pre-COVID at possibly lesser, price. And I'll be very blunt here. Suddenly shot up through the roof during the past couple of years. And if I may quote the promoter of a very large US organization which is in the news, a large US media organization which has been in the news for the past couple of weeks, and this gentleman took over that organization. We all know what I'm talking about, right? And he found that the revenue to employee ratio of that organization is the least amongst its competitors. So he was looking at companies like Meta, right, or Facebook, and even Snapchat, or other companies. This particular organization was even less than that. And what that has now led to is in the public domain. I personally feel that this great talent acquisition war will make us look at viability issues in our particular organizations more closely. in the coming year or so, right? And this is linked to all that has been said before here, linked to the global recession which is in place and which will possibly further, deepen in the next year. We have to be very careful in how we look at talent acquisition. We need to look at resourcing through different lenses now. Giving into business pressures, giving into line managers pressures, and hiring talent at any cost will probably be the first challenge which will hit us. Now, coming to the second part of what I was thinking about when Ashish put that question to me. So, when you get in a large number of people suddenly in your organization, all at the same time, is what I will connect to what Venkat sir just spoke during his piece, right? You have around 30% of your organization who has joined in the past 1 year, and they are now working with 70% of your organization who has been there possibly for more than 5 to 10 years. So you have that challenge of culture. How do you fit that organizational culture wherein you have a large amount of people who have come in new, who will be struggling to cope with the way you work in your current company, right? So how do you bring these new people up to speed? At the same time, how do you respect their ideas, not to discard new ideas, right? Though culture is important, but it's also useful when you have people coming in with new ideas, the outside-in perspective, etc. Keeping that inclusion aspect very, important in your organization's HR strategy would probably be something which we can think about. And finally, just taking step further, when you have a large number of people who are working in multi-cultural, multi-locational manner suddenly, right after pandemic, we have the hybrid work model which has suddenly been adopted across organizations. And now I'm talking about traditional so-called manufacturing organizations like mine, which I represent, which probably had no clue how to deal with multi-locational teams, say 5 years ago, suddenly working, around the clock, working with teams across continents, and working with multi-generational workforces all at the same time, right? Here is what I foresee, which will be a leadership challenge. So you will need innovative digital leaders to deal with this workforce. You cannot have or look at leadership from the previous lenses which we used to work with. You need to re-equip your leaders to deal with this problem. Your leaders will have to come in and respect the workforce, the the so-called generations which are coming in now, Gen Z or whatever, right? At the same time, balancing that with the other generations in the workforce currently. So your leadership space and the leadership roles will you'll have to really look into as an organization on how to define your leadership challenges, how to re-equip, reskill your leaders to look at this problem. So in my opinion, these would be the 3 things which would come up now in the next couple of years.
So
and probably which we would need to be more prepared to look at.
Great point. So before I go to Jayanti, I want to go to audience and request them to be ready with 2 questions. One is, what is the thing in HR you don't want to see in 2023? But still organization pushing you, or you still doing that. Okay, think about it. The second question, what we are talking right now, any HR issue, which will emerge suddenly. Okay, please hear Jayanti, and then if you think some of the things which you have missed out, please share your knowledge. After this, I want to go to audience. Yes.
Thank you. Again, I think I will say it's not something which will suddenly emerge. A lot of it has already started. Even if we talk about the latest buzzword, moonlighting, which is considered to be an issue, probably the way I look at it, 6 months down the line into the next year, we might find a way to manage that. See, why are we looking at moonlighting as though it is a crime? We know why, because you are parallelly working for 2 or more organizations. But that's probably, the feeling comes because you somewhere think you own your workforce. You have given them a contract in some form or fashion. So there is an unsaid rule that I own you, and hence you don't do anything else other than what I've told you. But what is that thinking? Contract workforce, right? This is nothing new. Contractors do work for multiple organizations at the same time. That's why you call them a contractor. What if you have a good portion of your workforce as flexible workers? That could be something which is very new coming into the next year. That's number one. Number two, given the options which the pandemic has opened for us, I somehow get a feel that we will become much more diverse and inclusive in a lot of organizations where it has always been a challenge. And that diversity is not just about gender, that diversity is about people with disabilities, the LGBTQ population, and if you look at a lot of organizations, while we like to have diversity and inclusion, how prepared are we to accept a population we have not probably dealt with for a good part of our lives? Could be a challenge. So when you talk about people with disabilities or differently able people, that's a different kind of a challenge. But if you talk about the LGBTQ population, that's very, very psychological. You need a lot of sensitization before you can actually sit beside a person from another gender and then have a conversation just like we are having a conversation. And that will not happen overnight. So the intent is good, but how do you make that translate into practice? I think a lot of focus. I'm looking at this as opportunities, not something which will suddenly hit us, but I think a lot of focus of people like us will be directed to some of these, in my view.
Great. So, yeah, Jayanti, I agree with you about this diversity related, it is, earlier it was D, then it became DNI, then it became, then B is added, DEIB. Yeah, I will tell you later on what is the meaning of each one, yeah, before the panel discussion over. And then let me ask you, how many of you have a policy on DEIB or any one of them? Right, only few of them, right? Policy on DEIB, how to manage the workforce, what are the activities, how we should take care of them, opportunities, way forward, promotion, many things. I mean related to all three W I can call it. Okay, are we ready for a question? Any question from audience? What are the 3 HR things you don't want to see in 2023? Please raise your hand. You can get up and just, I think we can hear you without mic. Do we have extra mic?
You can use the color mic.
Yeah, give me caller mic. This can go to audience. Yeah.
The first question which I've got right now, we are talking about moonlighting and other stuff, but there's a new term which is also coming in recent past called work-life balance. In service-based industries and IT industries, that's the buzzword right now. People, major quitting happens because they say, so major people they say, I'm quitting because this company is not giving me work-life balance. I think pandemic is again the reason that we always accepted work from home, digitalization, everything happening. At the same time, extension of work hours. Because I think that's something which we should manage as an organization. And when that comes out, I think we can easily, 2023, I think we should not hear that word because that's where wellness comes into picture. But how are we implementing wellness? That's more important. At the end of the day, I can bring in a lot of wellness program inside. But if I don't really have, my business needs these people to work for 13, 14 hours, whatever wellness I'm going to give them, it's like, you will have a heart attack for sure, but take this pill to prevent it. That's not going to help you.
So, food for thought, I don't know in India actually, sir, in India, whether work-life balance can really be manageable or not. So, there was some,
there was an interesting thought, what she said about diversity and inclusion. So what comes to my mind is, if you assess a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will forever fail because that's not something that it is meant for. And similarly, this work-life balance is very, seen in the backdrop of moonlighting. I think otherwise we had a very different meaning to it. We meant it's working extra hours. 8 hours or 9 hours, 10 hours, for some reason is considered normal from one side. On the other side, the medical field says that 6 to 8 hours you need to take rest, and brain which is connected to so many devices, and then it assesses the sleep quality of mind and gives me, I'm serious about it, so it gives me, I have lots of those gadgets which tracks how much I walk, how much I run, how much I sleep, how much I eat. It's not yet fully configured, but I still do something, so it gives me some analytics whether I've had good quality sleep, which is about 4 hours or 3 hours of deep sleep, which is neither REM nor dream state, and it tracks and tells us. Now I think in the context of a single company working, yes, I think some parameters are around one's working in terms of number of hours and whether you work at home or work at office. That is one. Secondly, this is a very distracted world of work today, a world of a life today, because almost all of us are forever connected to a third device other than another human being, work, etc., etc. There is something else which is a digital device which we are connected, and that keeps distracting us. So therefore, the productivity also drops significantly. So this moonlighting, if seen in that backdrop, I would also say that I've spoken to many headhunters. They say that there are companies that wanted warm bodies to be shown. So they said that, all right, if they're working for some other company, it doesn't matter. Let him work for me as well. I'm all right. I'm compromising as long as he's okay. So you should see this from the lens of the company as well, not only from the lens of the individual. Why is the individual? Nobody does it. The individual is not encouraged to do it. Nobody asks for a relief letter from that. Nobody does a background check. No one verifies. In this country, all of these things can be done. Within 2 weeks, 4 weeks, you will know. You don't have to wait for one. Because it suited me to allow him to work for 1 or 2 years. After that, when I don't need, I can invoke any of those policies. So there are always multiple sides to a challenge or an issue that we face at work. So I think work-life balance is important. We don't want people to have heart attacks, like you said. I think anything stretched and anything which is not purpose-driven, which is against, sometimes they say, no, if you really like what you do, then that's not going to kind of impact you adversely. So I think it's all the choices that individuals make and the consequences of such choices.
And I have seen, that's very good point, sir. And I have seen is like, and one word which came during the COVID is, work is not something where you go. Work is something what you do actually. Right? This came up during the COVID and we started understanding the meaning of that. Till then it was only work is something where you go. Right? And India, I'm still doubtful whether work-life balance will be there or not. Okay, it's only the work always. Right?
I wanted to add to what you have told. I'll just draw an extreme example. Okay. What is the work-life balance of a soldier guarding Siachen Glacier? Okay. What is the work-life balance of a scientist who is going to launch a GSLV, where a 36-hour countdown already started? So if you look at that, what Sir was also commenting, it's about the purpose and the frame of reference, and the kind of core purpose, how successful an organization could drive into each and every employee. That is one variable which we need to consider before we appreciate the concept called work-life balance.
Yeah, and there are some of the area, or I can call it, let's say defense or army. Have you seen HR over there? Who motivates them? Think about it. Who motivates them? It is the job. It is the interest. It is the manager and the purpose. Yeah, overall, right? And the culture, which can be by force even. That's perfectly fine. But they know what they are supposed to do when it is come to their job, right? Okay. Any other question? Yes, sir.
My name is Kailash. See, when we look at past few years, the work from home concept, or this moonlighting, or whatever the new HR thought process comes, we see it come from the IT, right? And being core manufacturing, where we come from, the core manufacturing industry, so we try to copy them. Being in HR, we try to copy them, which will not actually suit our kind of business. While we do that, we also see a pattern that they can change immediately because of their work, nature kind of work, but we cannot do so. And I also see, for example, the work from home. Now the IT industries, they want them back to the offices to work. First when during the COVID, they very proudly say that the renters, the fixed cost is going to come down, no rent. They all can work from home, all those profit can be given to them, all, big words spoken. And when they see the productivity, going down drastically, and the values, ethics being compromised, and few interviews were being performed by the person actually was not supposed to give that. So all those things, value related issues are also what Binu was referring. So should we, from the other sectors, for time being, stop seeing, IT related for references? What is your view, sir?
Thank you, Kailash. I think it's a good question, and more than the reference to the industry, I think the principles that you kind of brought up for discussion amongst us is pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. So, when it comes to human beings, some of these things are a little bit industry agnostic, right? That's number one. And number two, today morning I just read an article in Business Standard. I haven't read it fully, I'll do it later in the day. It's about juniorization and the issues around juniorization. If some of you haven't seen that yet, it is in Business Standard today. I think it's interesting to know about what happens today. So therefore, when people leave, when people move here and there, in the olden days, especially with reference to the manufacturing companies where I was born and brought up, there would always be a few senior people there who are, who have so much of tacit knowledge in them that you cannot go wrong with any of those basic processes and all. But today, all of those things are done digitally. Therefore, we assume that in a good digital system, if you have an ERP, and then if you have a HRMS system, etc., within the company, all that is accessible to everyone. You democratize data, and therefore they can do. That is one assumption. And second is looking for practices to be fair till about the late 90s and early 2000, maybe about 20 years back. The manufacturing industry was doing all right, and after the liberalization, etc., it expanded very well. A lot of growth happened, and several companies started doing well. I mean, I can say in two sectors which I have worked very closely, both steel and automobile, they've done extremely well, and they've done some good practices. But when the IT industry, IT and services industry started growing as it should, it had changed the lives of many people. It was predominantly staffed with very young workforce and very young managers managing even younger workforce. Okay, so I remember in my previous company, I became a manager at 32 years of age, and when railway booking was given from one place to another, we put my name and put 48 years, because no one becomes a manager at such a young age in those companies in those days. We never even asked for what was the age, book a ticket. So there were some paradigms and narratives in people's mind. So what happened was a lot of things, very young people, and I worked in IT for 5-6 years, and I can give you some examples. There was one person who went to the airport. You're talking of moonlighting today, on the ticket, on the H1 visa given by our company. From there he calls me and tells Venkat, now look, see, the other company has given me $1,000 more. Now, can you make an offer to me? I'm boarding my flight in the next 2 hours, and will be, whenever it stop over somewhere, passing through Lufthansa, British Airways, I don't remember in those days, and I land in Chicago and O'Hare Airport. So if you confirm it to me, if you confirm it to me, I'll stick with you. Otherwise, goodbye. So I was all raw and from a hardcore manufacturing. I said this was almost like blackmailing me. I said nothing doing. How the hell can you do? No, get lost. This is the offer. If you join, you join. Otherwise, no. Goodbye. So the next day I came into office, all hell broke loose. Everyone said, you don't know how to handle these IT people. I was not even 40 yet. This is no. I committed this warm body. My name Sam Ramasamy goes there. That guy has to report on that day. Otherwise, our reputation is at stake. I mean, maybe he's blackmailing you, he's doing this, that. No. You just make sure that he goes there. We put somebody on the job and the guy went. That's okay. That's another thing. So therefore, that was one side. So some of these so-called practices, which are now, which seem to be originating from IT and ITES, in principle, would have been present in other industries as well in different forms. But certainly the visibility, labeling, and of late, LinkedIn is full of unboxing the opening kit. Every day somebody unboxes. So our people also said, now we have to unbox this. I said, okay, put everything inside the bag, and then somebody opens, and then you unbox and take different, So finally asked recently somebody senior joined, did you ask him to unbox it? They forgot. They thought this is all only for the entry level talent. I said, how come? No, give him that bag, put everything on flask, then pens, papers, staplers, everything, and otherwise when I joined, everyone came and gave it to me in a box, put it on the table and things. I said, today you need to unbox and put it there. So I think there is a nicety to this, number one. And number two is with prosperity. Certain things automatically happen. See, we were not so prosperous in those days. And obviously manufacturing was there, government jobs were there, etc., etc. Not as prosperous, and we never had options which are there today. So I think idea here is, whatever is there, wherever it comes from, if it is good and if it is aligned with your, it meets some needs, if not anything, at least feel good factor, and if you can afford, we will go ahead and implement it. But certain policies and practices will be industry specific. Thank you.
And I have seen, sir, that many people, those who are not from IT, they want to join IT, especially in HR. It's very lucrative field and all. It's a very dynamic field. It's hiring, firing. It does happen only in IT field. Yeah. So please, don't make kind of this wish list. Yeah, that's one. Secondly, about the moonlighting. Leadership does lot of, and they have been doing since many decades. There are the videos on social media, and then video tells that how the leadership, it is CXO level, they do the moonlighting. And then when junior people started doing it, they make it big issue as well.
The only subtle difference there is, that's known and accepted. I go and be on the board of some companies or on advisory councils, etc., and share my knowledge. It's seen as different. But if you are selling, monetizing your hardcore skills today, and the danger is there is an element of conflict of interest where some secrecies, etc., would be. For example, we have in the brake lining business, there are certain formulations. Obviously, there is a lot of secrecy and non-disclosure agreement around it. Very difficult to implement under the Indian legal context. It only comes under it's not coming under the labor law anywhere, it comes under the criminal code only. So that is meaning theft of something only under that clause. Then that means proving something in a criminal context is far more difficult than as a IPR and all of that. So there are issues around it. Another thing is, I may know the formulation, but as per Indian law, if I don't feel like working for you, you cannot force me to work for you. And then you have no right to stop me from working for somebody unless you pay the last down salary for the next 2 years or 3 years. If you don't want me to work for 2 years, please pay the salary. Then that makes it easier to moonlight in different ways. I'm talking about 4-5 year case. So I think seen in the complexity of all of this, it's slightly dicey.
As a matter of fact, please understand, every company is IT company nowadays. At least your mindset should be,
okay, digitalization, automation and all. Forget the designation you are getting whether you are in IT industry or not. People who are not in IT industries, even they are making more money. Yeah. Okay, and now I want to go to Jayanti and Binu. This is very interesting question. And which are the top 3 HR area where you want to invest now?
Yeah,
In terms of your budget, CEO said, okay, take this money and invest it wherever you want to.
Again, I wouldn't call this new areas, Ashish. I think these have been areas of investment. But going back to some of the earlier conversations we had, the employee experience, the whole aspect of that will become very important. It's already become important. It will continue to become important. So I think bringing the human back into human resources, because somewhere we have got a lot carried away believing that everything can be automized. You can have a chatbot answering everything for you in HR. See, I run HR, but I still beg to differ. There are a lot which can be automated. There are a lot where you actually don't need a warm body on the other side to be there with you to answer, say, your leave balance as an example. But there will still remain a lot of aspects within HR where you actually need somebody on the ground. So people who can relate to that, who believe in that human and human resources, I think that will continue to be an area of investment. Whether you run core HR or you run an HR SSC, I think should be. If it is not in the minds of people, I would really encourage that to be part of your core investment options. Number 2, analytics. A lot of organizations sit on tons of data, but how much of it is really translated into information for decision making? I think that still remains an area of challenge. We have been talking about analytics for years now. It is not new, and that's why I said it's not new into 2023, but I still believe as HR, we are not making a good use of data and information.
Good. So, the operative word is investment. Okay. So, if you look at investment, from an HR business partnering standpoint, which is your critical asset? We need to, as an HR guys, you should know that where the money is being put on in a particular business. And from an HR standpoint, those people who are managing that asset, we need to invest on. So that is the way, logically, we can build that particular approach. So, for example, if it is a telecom company, okay, the spectrum is the investment. Okay, so somebody who manages it efficiently and uses it for revenue generation is where we have to put our HR investment on. Okay, so if that particular logic is being taken and put it into our setting, or probably I will be little more specific so that it will stay relevant here. Is that so? I represent a electric automobile startup of TI. So we make electric vehicles and we try to market. We have yet to launch it, or we have launched, but we have not yet started our building, marketing and all that. But what we are trying to do is we are creating an electric mobility company or a clean energy company. So now, if I shrunk the investment timeline to 2023, which is what you are asking. So my immediate priority is vehicle design and development. So that's going to be my immediate priority. So what is that I am going to do? One is a ramp up which is going to happen. So my investment is how do I acquire talent for developing and design and develop a vehicle. So right now, if you look at everything is through MS Teams or Zooms and all that stuff. So you suddenly realize, today I realized that how the world has beautifully changed and adapted to an interview online, where it was not possible to impress upon a leader or a manager say that you can you take a online interview? They'll say that no, unless I will see the person in front of me, I will not do that. Today that debate is settled. I mean, there is nothing, and we have the human being or mankind has demonstrated the wonderful adaptability of collective adaptability, and we have almost done it like a fish to water. We are doing that particular thing. So, if at all, as a company, if I would choose between 2-3 things, first is to how do I build that AI quotient or a digital muscle into my talent acquisition thing. So there are platforms available, say like Talview, which gives you that AI layer over what we are doing, that vanilla software or a platform where they will suggest you questions. They will also see that, like, the bunking of interview which is happening, the proxy interview happening. So through the eye movement, when you have this eye movement and the lag which is there, there is an algorithm which say that okay, this man is genuinely doing he's not been prompted and all that. So that is something which probably I would like to invest in technology, okay, in talent acquisition. Second is, I felt the need of making the workplace far more peaceful. Okay. Of course, you cannot escape from the fact that if the society is violent, the workplace also will carry a portion of that particular thing. Even though we have that control, decency, civility and all that stuff, but still, the influence of the society will be there in. So there are a lot of things. The incidents of it is not violence means it is not physical, but it meant violence through words. The communication itself. There is a violent communication which is happening. How do you do that particular thing? How do you make little more cooler workplace? A non-violent workplace, so to say. Okay. Why it is important is that that makes talent little more plausible. The people we are trying to build the organization will be little more easy for people to settle down. Okay. So what is that I have to do? Probably I have to work with the managers. Okay. So the managerial effectiveness. Probably I need to invest on programs which will probably address at a mass level where the managerial effectiveness is there. How to give a feedback. How to probably have a conversation with people, how to understand the issues. Pandemic has really shown us the futility of all those physical assets and all that, the futility of a human being. Okay, and when you have the entire system, the organized governance system around you collapse, how helpless you as a human being are. How much ever you have the wealth or something like that. Floods have reminded us, but pandemic has reinforced once again. So all this particular thing has actually prompted many people to start thinking that how do you make a little more peaceful environment for people to work. So these are the two investment areas I think I should do in 2023. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Binu. And I want to know from you, how many of you know Excel? Excel, Microsoft Excel. How much you know is the most important question. Each one of us, including me, only know, I think, not more than 25%. The day you come to know Excel, almost 50%, your productivity will be higher and higher. And I agree with you, on the point also. Before I forget, there was moonlighting input I want to give. Nowadays, recruiter given one statement always as a punchline, or okay, please, if every candidate is saying no, I don't want to join, please ask one question: can you do the moonlighting? Every recruiter is asking this question. This is last option actually, no option A, B. Okay, and I go to Venkat sir. Venkat sir, this question related to HR team productivity. Now, considering the time I got the signal also, we need to break for a nice tea and yeah. So I wanted to know from your rich experience, how our HR team can increase the productivity, what we should do.
Sure, sure. Thank you. So one of my areas of investment is HR for HR. So that's very important. I think I'll add on the third thing to what Dinu said. I think it's very, very nice, very well put together. So one thing is we need to invest on ourselves, and there should be a budget which we are truly working in companies. And I hear a lot of things about because we are not, I don't know, very special kind of gift to the mankind that stamped by Brahma and then born as HR managers, because we are like anybody else in need. So therefore, that's one of the important things. And second, the second point is a deep knowledge about both the business and HR. Important. Today, there is a tendency in HR to be generalists, and therefore you get drawn to so many things and you become generalists. And there are people on org design, you need something, you go to a consultant for org design, consultant for legal, consultant for compensation and benefits, consultant for training and development. So a lot of people who come out of HR today, I know many of them are all outside. I think at least if I had 10 good friends 10 years back, 9 of them are all independent themselves and they're doing that. So now what they say is, no, I will do to you, I'll help you in these 4 areas. One of the areas where I will not help, all of them have said, is recruitment. Nobody wants to do recruitment, okay? But appears easiest of things to make money. You know, you place one guy and you get 1 or 2 lakhs, but all these people are friends of mine. And there's somebody else who says, I'm all right with performance management system designer or designer, do some work on culture, after pays and this and that, and then I will try and help you. So in fact, for us also it is important that we, you can play in the team as cricket team. Now unfortunately we are not playing tomorrow, but still I think, I'm not forgetting, I'll still watch the match tomorrow. So, to be a captain in the team, you either have to be a batsman or a bowler or an all-rounder or a wicket keeper, do something. You can't be you don't have a generalist who simply watches over everyone as a captain. So therefore it's important that you have deep knowledge about something and clear comprehension of the business, because you may be in the same business, we may be in the same automobile industry, but I think the challenges are very different. So you need to be able to contextualize what you are creating for HR and deliver. I think lastly, for the function to be very productive, there is one ask of all the HR people, that is the integrative ability. Because when it comes to people, nothing is there in isolation. So each human being, each line manager, line head, CEO, when he's talking to you about a human issue, it's got an integrative element, because it's very difficult to look at it like where to pass an entry by a finance head is far more easier than what to do with people or how to find a solution to a people challenge. So that integrative ability is something that they need.
Great. Emma, you like to add? Then I will go to Vivek for a last question.
So thanks, Venkat sir. I was just thinking of a T-shaped model. I don't know. I think many of us may know T-shaped model is something that HR professionals ought to know. The T, the sleeping line, as my daughter says, stands for the generalist skills that Venkat sir pointed out, and the vertical line is a specific depth in a COE or a center of expertise that you could build. I think that is seen as something HR professionals will need to build. And I'm reminded of a quote that my manager, one of my first managers, used to say, if you have to cut a forest of 100 trees in a day, what do you do first? You need to sharpen your axe, right? So that is a reskilling investment in us as HR professionals that we need to do. We need to be absolutely cognizant about from an investment perspective. Then the third bit is what Jayanti spoke about, analytics. So we have multiple analytics, right? So all of us know the descriptive analytics, like from a headcount or an attrition or a manpower perspective. I'm sure all of us are, thumbs up on the data that the business units or segments that we support. But we need to really branch into predictive analytics. This is what the data is saying. What is the story? Are we able to get a narrative out of it? And if this is the story, what can we do next year? So some of the questions Ashish asked is like, think about 2023, think about beyond, start, stop, continue kind of questions, right? So that is predictive. So if you are able to do that, then that is a great value add as a HR professional. So with that, I
Great. With this, it's like data is new currency. Without data, you are just opinion. Okay, so please ensure, new oil, please ensure, be ready with data. Vivek, very interesting question. I always ask very challenging question to you especially. This consultant, they come up with, some HR report, okay, 2023, 2025 and all. Okay, and they had some name and XYZ. Which are some HR word or activity you can think those can be only fake. They are not going to be real. Yeah, please.
I think thanks for the curveball again. And no, really, actually, what consultants try to show us is show us the mirror, and there could be a possibility of truth in whatever jargon they are saying, right? But in my opinion, the first thing which we could possibly look at looking or closer or in a different way is the whole question of well-being, right? So the picture of well-being we are shown possibly can be more holistic in my opinion. And now I'm talking from the HR point of view as well, right? So we are looking at HR teams getting burned out because HR working round the clock, HR working with multiple teams, and like Venkat sir said, integrating across the organization, suddenly find themselves under stress, at 1,000% more than what they were before, right? So possibly the whole the well-being scenario needs to be closer examined, and like we saw last month in earlier conclave which we all attended, there are multiple lenses to it, right? Choose what suits you, what suits your organization, and go with it. But your well-being is one of the things which you could examine in a different way. The other thing is analytics. Now this is a double-edged sword, right? Everybody I speak with, everybody again this is a curveball question to me, and I will give you my personal opinion. Everybody talks about analytics and working with data, but what does that really mean for us, right? Looking at numbers, deriving insights, and then what? One thing which I feel which we should look at and invest probably more as HR is storytelling, using analytics to convince your management on issues, using analytics to talk about retention, for example, when you're sitting and having a retention conversation, using that. So HR storytelling more than HR analytics is what I would look at. So analytics is something again which would be this jargon which I would probably would like to refine and bring the storytelling aspect more for it. We should be storytellers. We should drive the story and we should drive the script for the organization. That's what we should do as HR.
So on lighter note, Vivek is saying earlier it was Rangoli, now it is wellness. so employee will be fed up, okay guys, please let me do the job. This thing can wait. Okay, and then related to analytics also, very interesting point. The data. Manager always show me the data. Manager will say, sit on the data, will do nothing actually. Am I going to it? We'll prepare it.
Sure. I was just reflecting on this topic which I was speaking to my team on last week. One jargon that I've heard so much in the last 9 months, QQ, quiet quitting. How many of you in the room have heard this word? So, quiet quitting, right? So, this is a jargon and I heard this, I was like very curious, what does this mean? Because to me, this has been there for ages. So, it's not some new phenomenon or a new product that just got launched in an ICU wrapped gift box, right? So, to me, it was like overused or abused. We always knew there are employee engagement says completely engaged, disengaged, and people who are sitting on the wall, right? So this is something that we've been tracking for decades. So for me, this jargon when it came, probably for the WhatsApp generation or something, the QQ sounds very attractive. So I kind of felt it was a little overabused.
Great.
Quick addition. Okay. So I'll just try and offer a simpler mental model for the HR people. Okay. See, we have our work is impacting at three levels. One at an employee level, another at a business level, and another at an organization level. While the first two are more pronounced, at an organization level it is not that vocal. So at an employee level, what is the key ask? It is delivering experience. I mean, if I sum it up everything, bundle it and put it in one box, it is experience. How do you deliver that? Through various delivery models. Second, business, what is the key ask? Key ask is efficiency or capability. At an organizational level, it is capacity, that is resilience. Okay. So HR acts on all this, unless you act on all these particular things, probably the appreciation and the probability of HR moving up the value chain is always going to be a challenge. Yeah, that's it.
So I just want to make one statement, just be resourceful in whichever situation, in whichever job you are. Okay? You assess the situation, be resourceful, and thank you so much. The second panel will be moderated by none other than dear Vikram, and this will be after tea break. Do we have Bala in the room? For tea break, madam? 30 minutes for tea break.
Thank you.
Oh, just want to add something.
No,
Please.
just one
Yeah.
input for Vivek. When we do the storytelling, when it is backed by data, it becomes much more effective. So that was my only point on analytics, right? Because nobody believes your story if there is no data in it.
So data-based kada solonum, okay? Adapa. On that note, I think after I'll explain to you what it is.
Yeah.
Data-based kada solonum. So kada solonum means storytelling in Tamil language. Okay, it means something else. HR is known for that. So, thank you. Wonderful opportunity, Ashish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go for the break, I request our Rector R&D Dr. D. Vishwanathan to felicitate Vikram K. Naik, Head Marketing L&T EduTech.
He's former BC of Finance.
Thank you, sir. Let's break for the session for the networking building. Thank you. HR CSS Corp, Mr. Chaku Jacob, Deputy Manager, L&D MRF Limited, Mr. Vishnu Prayal, HR Head, BASF Catalyst India Private Limited, Mr. Lokesh Ambikabadi, GM HR High-Tech Metropolis Healthcare. So these are the participating members for the second panel discussion, and I hand over the session to Mr. Vikram K. Naik.
Hello, good evening all. Am I audible? Hello, good evening all. At the outset, let me thank MGR University, Dr. Bala, for arranging such a wonderful HR conclave. And thank you to my dear friends, all the audience, in spite of the heavy rain, such a large number of colleagues, old friends, seeing them, great feeling. And at the same time, I'd like to welcome my fellow panelists. We are being in touch from last 2-3 days. Whether the program will be on or off, we are a dilemma. Thanks to the rain god and good weather today, we all are here. And we'll start this second session, panel discussion on what are the leadership crises to people development. Leadership crisis to people development. This is our subject. I know most of you are HR professionals, so what I will do, I'll set the context first with my initial opening remarks. I'd like to know the views of all of you first. Then we'll have some specific questions which you would like to discuss during this panel discussion. Then we'll leave some 5-10 minutes for the Q&A session. Ashish, I don't know, in the last session I didn't see any question coming from the audience, but if you give us that opportunity, we would like to take some questions from the audience. Is it okay? Super. So let me tell something about our topic, that is leadership crisis to people development. See, I come from a company called Larsen & Toubro. Most of you must be knowing. L&T is synonymous with learning and training. We sometimes tell our new joiners and people, stakeholders, that L&T is learning and training. When we talk about people development, we don't constrain or don't say that people development is L&D, learning and development, or in terms of training the things. We do much more things beyond this learning and development. There are things like succession planning, there are things like career planning, there are coaching, mentoring, which comes a full basket of things which we would like to see as a part of people development process, because it's a vast thing. People development doesn't constrain to any corporate or industry. People development can be also for community. People development can be for many stakeholders, your customers, your vendors, your people who serve you in a direct or indirect way, so that as a overall the business grows, because it's team effort. People development can be in a silo, like only the employees or the top talents to be developed. It is much beyond that. It has to be have some kind of holistic approach where the organization as a unit, they grow together, they learn together, and that is what to me is people development. When You talk about people development. Last couple of years, with the advent of digitalization, there is a kind of, I can say lag, or there is the interest which organizations feel. Why to go for people development? People are something will evolve naturally. You grow naturally old, correct? The human thing is growth. So as you grow, you will also get developed. There is no rocket science, or there is no intervention required to the development of people. So why to spend money or spend resources, time on people development? With AI, machine learning coming, with technology coming into the HR space, many of our functions are being outsourced, including the learning and development space. There is huge number of anytime learning and MOOCs which are coming, which makes people not go to classroom anymore. There is no more touch and feel kind of thing. Everything has to be on apps. Forget about on PC or doing online. It's all apps. It's all micro-size learning. When the business leader organization see that without spending resources, without spending logistics, if I can develop the persons through micro learnings, bite-sized learnings, at your own pace, sometimes in colleges, I think today the trend is there is no more classroom. There will be something called some of the classes has to be done online, has to be hybrid mode. Some of it as per UGC and AICT norms that it has to be done through online courses. Suppose they are having per semester say 45 credits, 3 credits has to be done through online courses. Same way, days are not far when the organizations also will feel in the same way, and employees not only go through some tests or assessments, they have to go through some kind of online things, and that is how organizations are leveraging the strength. But do you agree that this is the right approach? Whether we should continue in this fashion and leave that touch and feel kind of thing, that social thing, that emotional thing, the student or the mentor-mentee relationship, will that be there or not? I think these are some of the things we are going to discuss today, and we'll have a great session ahead. So with these initial remarks, let me start with ladies first, ma'am. We would like to know your views on this topic, and we'll keep it very short and simple because we have to have a lot of panel here, maybe one number more from the previous one. So over to you, ma'am.
Okay, so before even I could tell you about my view, I also would like to say, I think somewhere in 2011 or 12, I read a report from one of the big fours, okay, which said that in 2030 the traditional classrooms will go, and this is even before the pandemic. So I don't think the pandemic has anyway brought in this new concept of learning online and all that. Even otherwise, I think it would have anyway gone. And today's youngsters are consumers of large amount of digital content. Okay, so anyway, I think they will do. And I belong to a very, very unique team in CSS Corp. We are part of the learning and development team, and we have institutional alliances with a lot of colleges. So I'm one of the team members, who bring in talent, freshmen basically from campuses to CSS Corp. And what we're doing is, definitely I don't think the touch and feel can go. I think we are humans and we are driven by emotion, especially for a country like India. I don't think the emotional thing can go at all. Okay, and very interestingly, we are a team of about 3 people, and all of us are very, very seniors. We have put in about 2.5 to 3 decades in the HR space, in the learning and development space, and we have been given this unique opportunity of mentoring about 3,000 to 4,000 employees in CSS Corp. Okay, and our role is to map their careers over the next 2 or 3 years. So there's a lot of talking that we do. On an average, I think I meet about 30-40 people in a day, okay, at various levels. I try and understand what their hopes with the organization is. I try and understand their dreams, their aspirations. And then we try and see if we, after all of us want to retain them, right? So we try and map, we give them a career pathway within CSS Corp for the next 3 years, okay? Which is a combination of digital learning, which is a combination of mentoring, all that is there. All the elements, project work, everything is there, but definitely there is a very, very significant component of mentoring. And I think that is very, very important. One unique thing about MGR University, because I'm here, I shared it with Sir, Bala Sir, is, last time the first batch that we got into CSS Corp from campus was from MGR University. And that was about 22 people, okay? And out of 22, about 18 of them from MGR University. And it's a year now, we've not had a single attrition. That's the kind of mentoring that is happening at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma ma'am. So I'd like to hear from you, Shefo, your opening remarks on the subject, like leadership crisis to people development.
Okay, sure. So I'll first just give a small add-on to what ma'am said. Our system is very similar to what ma'am has been sharing with you. Unlike most people who are in IT, I come from a process industry, or what you say, continuous process industry. We are into tire manufacture. So we never had anything called work from home. Ours was always 25%, 33%, 75%, 100%. So we never had any shutdown of any kind. Yes, first lockdown, we had challenges. Second lockdown, we decided who will take the system to his house and work, that's all. Even in that time, 25% of our workforce was going to the office every day. We just had a sticker to be put on our car and we go. Okay. Now the second thing that ma'am was talking about, like leadership, right? So I'll give you some few examples of how we need to look at this. First of all, HR, when we glamorize this word leadership, the first question we need to think is, do we actually need leader for certain jobs? Correct? This is a question which we need to think deeply about. I'll give you an example. We put an advertisement saying, need a guy like this, leadership quality, self-driven, self-motivated, blah, 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 lot of things. Finally, when he comes into the office and gets into a practical work, what is the actual thing he is doing? He is clearing chicken 65 bills. Okay, what has this got to do with leadership? So first of all, to clear a chicken 65 bill, do you need a leader? This is a question which HR needs to ask. Second problem, which our industry faces. You will have workers in a factory who have got 25 years of work experience, right? The supervisor is a just passed out of college. He is 24 years old. Now, just look at his situation. You are expecting him to lead guys who are actually got his, age as their experience. Now, how does he do that? Correct? This is a challenge which we face, right? So some of them obviously will not be up to the mark. The worker will abuse him or shout at him, and the guy will just quit and go. Correct? Some of these guys will adapt. They will find their methods, right? They may talk to the worker, and without you I can't, all that. He'll be strict, managed to do, and he will go from this level to the next level. So we are mentally prepared. Out of n number of guys that we take, we know that only so many percentage of them will actually graduate into a leadership level, right? So both training, yes, it's important, correct, very important. For us, that touch and feel is very important. The trainer in the classroom is the person who actually gives an input that in this class of 25 guys, these are the 4-5 guys that we think can step into the next level. So my thought on this is, yes, even though we can digitize a lot, we can make a lot of things automatic. See, for example, at tires we have 540 different models, right? If you can do it digital, it's great. You put it on a PD or put it on his mobile and help him to look through it. That's great. Instead of him having to mug up all the 540, right? We give him an easy way to look through that. That's fine. But ultimately, when it comes to leading people, I feel that touch and feel should always be there. We cannot be minus the touch and feel. We must have the trainer there to give his touch to whatever group is there and show them the direction forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetu. Very relevant points. I can able to relate when you come to shop floor or factories today in IT industry, even coding also will be kind of similar to what we are talking here. It's all about experience. It's all about what skill you bring to the table. It's no more you come from tier A college or tier 2 college and you are a grade higher than the people who are there for 25 years. The respect will come from the skill and will, not from the qualification and your grade level where you are. Thank you. Now I'll go to Priyal. So would like to hear from your views.
Yes, thank you. So basically, I come from both the mix. Basically, what I can say is I have an IT culture where I've inhabited. At the same time, I also come from manufacturing. So I've seen both sides of the coin, I can say, and I can relate to this question very much. Where one side of the people talk like what our friend mentioned. On the other side of people, you have a very different dynamics to manage, right? So both are equally important. So when I say equally important, we need to take what suits our organization, right? So as HR, we have to decide in manufacturing, yes, the shop floor guy he comes with 30 years of experience. He's not beatable at all. You cannot bring a GET in the floor, and our model is the GET supervises the 30-year-old experienced man in the floor. So how are we equipping that GET with the skill set that he can actually become a manager or supervise? So there are ways and means, and we cannot of course retain all of them that we try and bring. We do a lot of experiments on the floor, but yes, what I look at it is when it comes to leadership building, it's more of being how much you own the role. I don't know how many of you would have read this book called The Job Does Not Need a Title to Perform. A shop floor guy needs the will and accountability to perform. So that is the role of the HR to give. You are the hero of the floor. So that guy needs that piece from us to ensure that he does his job well. So I think I would the way I would manage manufacturing is this. At the same time, IT is all the time we play with apps. So they need on the go. For example, I ride to my office 1 hour in the metro. I need something to, apart from listening to music or watching movies. So I talk all the time about Netflix or Insta, but what do I need there? So there I need something in my phone where I can go through. Maybe 1 hour, I can spend 15 minutes to go through one module. So it's all about how we suit the need and what fits our organization, and both are required. As we say, hybrid. I would take it up. Hybrid is the word even in learning and development that I would use. Thank you.
Super. I think it's getting interesting, from panel to panel, because we'll get into deeper things, because it will look little monotonous initially, but as we go to the second round of our conversation, you will see we will be talking very harsh reality. What is real time the issue, where the organizations are thinking about the people development, where is the gap that we will be touching upon. So before that, we would like to hear from Lokesh. We would like to know how in your healthcare industry, because it is again the last 2-3 years the most sun-shining industry, I can say, and how the people development taking center stage, or it is at the middle or back. We would like to hear from you.
Yeah, as Priyal told, I was also in IT and banking, and right now for last 5 years in healthcare. So this is an area where we cannot falter, because directly if you don't have any development of people there, patients will be crying. Okay, so that is what, and also we have to definitely align people to the organization goals, or what you want to say. This is what, as Chakol told, because people here are being in the system for 20 years, 25 years, they are very much skilled in what they are doing. Okay, because we are looking at, because otherwise they cannot treat a patient or they cannot handle a patient. But they also need certain things which motivates them to go in a higher in life. Sometimes if you want to give them a manager role, okay, we have to clearly say what is a manager, how he is going to manage the entire we have a centers, different centers across. So if as soon as we give him a manager role without aligning him to what the organization needs from him, the next day he becomes a Rajinikanth. Okay, so he does all styles, but he will not do the work. He will not touch the syringe or anything. He will not do, because he thinks he is a manager. Manager means I will not do my basic job, like Rohit Sharma what yesterday he did. So this is what things happen. So that's why always you have to have that organization goal, and as he mentioned due to COVID, but as an organization everything on the go. I think we should really credit our employees, because because finally they know what the impact is on the patients. So all those trainings, people were working 24/7 because they had the intent, they had the that's why we clearly focus on our values. Empathy is one of our key values. People really took to the mind and they developed themselves. So we'll come to the next round so that we'll discuss about certain things.
Thank you, Lokesh. One small rider to all my panelists. Let's not bring cricket anymore. We have enough of cricket.
Enough of heartbreak.
Enough of whatever it is. This flavor is now going to football. So let's talk about FIFA football if it comes. But Lokesh, you made a very good point when organizations are ready or not. It's all about the culture. People development to me, to all of us, is the culture of the organization. If the organization wants to develop their people are their first priority, then organizations will get into the mode of training them, developing them. And if the culture is just, you have to do routine transactional things, it is going to happen. So culture plays a big role. Thank you for bringing it out. Then one more point which you said about Rajinikanth and all, I'll say, see, you can bring the horse to the water, but you cannot ask the horse to drink the water. If the person is not ready, he's ready with a managerial role, he will not go to the next level. He'll say, yes, my aspirations, my satisfaction level is this. Why to put more efforts, bigger role, higher role, bigger tension, higher BP, you are from medical things. So when the person is not ready, why to get into the things? I have seen in many organizations, the crisis is, the person is not ready. You say, no, you are smart, you can do, you are my blue-eyed boy, take this role. And he will fail miserably because he is not ready. So these are the kind of things will come up. Now I'll go to Jan and would like to hear from you, your initial comments on the subject.
Hi everybody. So before getting into the subject, so Vikram is saying that we should not take any reference from the cricket. So yesterday, it was like yesterday whether this entire thing is going to happen or not because of the red alert given to Chennai, and it was still the thing is on. So suddenly in the WhatsApp group, this is happening. The rain is not, the thing is happening. So there is a blockbuster dialogue from a recent blockbuster movie by Kamal Hassan. In the time, what the brave people will do, Athaklan. So basically, any organization has to develop people who get that empowerment, okay, the can-do attitude. So before going into whether there should be a touch and feel aspect or a classroom aspect of development, first of all, like Swami Vivekananda had said, we need a man-making education. So what we thought is till school and college, we thought only education is restricted to that phase of life. But once we come to an organization, so we stop, learning. So it is the organization's, priority to develop those people. And the leadership crisis where it comes in terms of people development is what dimension of development we want to take, whether it's a leadership area that we need to develop or the capability development that we need to have. So my organization, I have just recently joined, so I'm not taking much of reference, but my earlier organizations like Maersk Global Service, which is a shipping conglomerate, and the Murugappa Group, Cholamandalam, they had unique approaches in terms of developing people. There are different programs like MSGP, that is Maersk Graduate Program, which is a 2-year program that runs where
85,000 to 1 lakh people will apply for the graduate program, where they will be given a geographical exposure. They will be sent on vessels, different countries, and every aspect of developing these people. So basically, we need to understand what is the aspirational need of those employees. Then the organization has to give that kind of program that employees require, which is where we invest in terms of learning. That is most important. So that is my opening comment for this.
Yeah, that's a super point, because if you don't do self-assessment, if you don't know the person's aspiration, how you want to develop him? Okay, I don't want to bring any quotes or examples now. There are a lot of interesting things are there, but we'll touch upon there. But over to Mr. Balasubramaniam, would like to know from you how you perceive this particular topic, leadership crisis to people development.
Happy evening to all. So I am from edible oil industry. See, altogether various industries have been seen. We don't know the spelling of lockdown. So we have worked 24/7 like healthcare industry. So when you talk about the people development, it was a real challenge during the April first lockdown. We worked, all the people worked, and we brought the concept of ex gratia, because even though it is related to money, everybody got double the salary, including from the down the line till the top management. Why I want to quote this? People development, we do totally on the focus on the productivity. So during the COVID, we have done particular month, April alone, the edible oil sales doubled at the same cost. Why? Same production we gave, everyone purchased for May month also. So the productivity have gone twice, because first time, because nobody knows. Second, we were supplying to civil supply corporation. So it is a ration palm oil. So at that time it was given free to the public. Again, we depend on the people, because why I am telling, without the people we would not have done the productivity, because we have 3 units. All the 3 units day and night worked. District collector gave the permission, because we are supplying edible oil. So we are not like other industry. Like he said, health care. If any health problem, he will take care. So we are giving the edible oil. So then third point. There is a word, short word. We call it as work-life balance. If you tell in short, WLB. We don't know the meaning of work-life balance. We know LPW. So I don't want to tell about cricket. Life balance to work, because the people work day and night, like person told from MRF. It is a continuous process industry. At the time of COVID, nobody was given authority to work all shift, but we are given green pass, yellow pass, red pass, e-pass. All pass we got. I used to travel by car from Chennai to Pondicherry because I got e-pass. So this has happened in our edible oil, because talking about the leadership, the people development, they have really worked during the first wave to the maximum extent. Problem we faced in the attrition only in the second wave. So what we have done as to have the people like said 24 years person working with 50 years reporting, it is not practically, they have the ego clash, or I am not quite sure on that. But people must have the mindset. We need the change in mindset to work to the according to the situation. So this we have been doing in as far as the KTV business is related. And finally, we have to have the our total employee involvement. We had this because we had what COVID has started, even virtual training. So we utilized the people to give emotional intelligence. So we had the session for 6 months. So almost all the leaders, middle management have engaged.
by which the people down the line, they are able to work along with the company's business goal. That is what I always, our management used to say, HR is the reflection of thoughts on business operations. This is what they used to say. So like that, every team, wherever the person who is working down the line or on the top, they must have the goal to reach the objectives and the mission and the vision. This is what I want to end the first session.
Thank you, Mr. Bala. See, I can relate in many ways. See, the first thing is in people development, if you see what people want, they want growth in terms of more CTC, more salary and career aspirations. How it will happen? If the business does good, and the business going well and everything is positive, then there is a natural tendency to increase or enhance your salary or CTC. As you said, incentivize by paying more ex gratia, more money, is a natural motivation. You cannot deny. If somebody says no, money is not the motivation, I will say he is a liar. Money is the number one motivation. If you increase the potential of an employee or potential of a person to earn more, the motivation will come naturally and the person will think of taking higher responsibilities. I still remember in my industry, I used to say that today if you see these blue collar workers, we define them, or somebody take example of your person who comes to help you in the household things. If you increase their salary from say 2,000 to 10,000, the person also nowadays taking that kind of remuneration, that kind the charge in some higher society or high-end things. They come with iPhones, okay, they will interact with you, apps, you just send what time you are available, no more phone calls and all. They know how to use apps. That is the kind of sophistication it has brought. How it has brought? How they have developed? It's the money, the incentive. The earning capacity, once it increases, same way, the Indian context, how many Audi, BMWs you had 10, 20 years back in the country. Today, the country is proud of one of the fourth largest economy and going to be the third very shortly. Why it is happening? Because the people are developed in many ways, not only the growth or the grade or the business is growing, the people purchase power, people are earning more. And if that happens, naturally the development happens. So this is the initial thoughts. Let's get into the specific things. I would like to ask one question. Let's start with Thrill. What are the people development initiatives typically practiced in your industry or in the current organization where you are working? Would like to hear a couple of points.
Thank you. That's a great question. So there are many ways and many interventions is what I would quote. I mean, and the top of the mind, if I have to just talk about it, is the intervention should be on the job training. So the 30, I'm sure all of us know about the 70-30-10 model of learning, and I am a true believer that this model will work, I'm sure, for next 10 years or so. So when I say that, so on-the-job training is what I would like to give the maximum, so the person learns daily, even if it is a 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So it's all depends upon how you kind of inculcate that and how you are enabling your manager to do it. I think that's where we all come into picture. So the manager ensures that the employee under him learns every day. So that's one of the area. The second part is about the mentoring. Like we all bring in GETs with full force, right, to lead a workforce who is far more experienced, far more skilled. So how do we give that confidence back to the freshman who comes into your company, right, and making him responsible for a very big responsibility. Say that, okay, tomorrow onwards, you will have to start leading 30 people in the shifts. So how does that confidence, that guy who is a fresher comes to you and then says, how can I manage? That population is scary. So what as in HR do we do there? So those are the areas that I would quote that it's all about the everyday piece that we talk to the employee there and the freshmen there. So, bringing in more freshmen is also like, we all undergo attrition. I mean, attrition is one thing which is not avoidable for HR. So, the best way is the personal connect, the human part of HR. Even in the previous panel, I heard, do not miss the human piece there, right? So HRs, we all want to work from home, right? Even in my team, when I go back and say, Vishnu, when are you giving me work from home? So that's the normal ask. Which industry you work, it doesn't matter. It's just the model work from home. I'm working from home today. But there are people struggling for our presence in various areas. So I would say bring back the human piece wherever required and give that confidence back to the frontline guys who can lead and take things at a different level. But on other piece, Vikram, I also wanted to mention on the leadership piece and the management piece that we normally focus on. Normally the first time manager, which even our fellow colleague mentioned, suddenly the person becomes manager, right? He gets a grade upgradation, he gets a designation, he gets a cabin, and then he doesn't know what to do. He just, it's the same job he keeps repeating. He does the same thing even after becoming a DGM, he just keeps talking in the same language, right? There is no change in his mindset. So there is a need, and we have this first time manager program that's like mandatory before you even get a promotion that you need to undergo. So prepare yourself to become a manager. That means I give you 1 year time to undergo that program, assimilate all the habits, and demonstrate in your day-to-day work. And then we will promote you. So that's one thing which we have been successfully doing it for the past many years in our company. And something to do with succession planning, I would say, of course, all the critical roles are being mapped, and each critical areas we know, operations, SEM, these
And here the whole concept of the development should be when you are managing as a non-manager, that point of time, the level, the depth of people what you are managing are basically on the transactional level. The higher you go, the tougher it would be, because the complexity, the people you will be managing will be getting tougher and tougher. So they need to have those emotional intelligence, those interpersonal skills, those leadership skills. It cannot be built overnight. It has to be come with experience, with the right dose of kind of motivation and support. Thank you so much. Excellent points, Phil. I would also like to hear from Chaco. He is very keen to share what are the. I can see the eagerness. Please go ahead. Yes, the same question. And in your industry, what are the initiatives you take and practice to develop people or people development?
Yeah, good. So I will give you a very practical thing on what we do actually. Okay. So I take care of sales and marketing training. We have basically three buckets. We have got production, we have got R&D, and we've got sales and marketing, and everything will basically come under these three buckets. So sales and marketing, I'm just giving an idea. A newcomer comes in, okay, he has a 4-day induction program which will talk about company and something about the basics of marketing. Okay, you are able to hear me now? Yeah, okay. So basics of marketing and all that, right? Then he will go to the field for 15 days. Now this is designed like this. Some of the guys, when they go to the field for 15 days, they will not return back. So from there they will fly to their house. Okay, so a certain number of people will come back. Then we'll have an orientation program where they will go hard into the products, the different products. All the product GMs will speak to them. Now here, then he is given a posting. Again, when they get a posting, somebody will get a Sambalpur posting. He will do a Google check and he will find Naxal attack, 35 people dead. Okay, he will fly to his house. He will not go for the posting, right? Then we will go on. After 1 year, he will come back for a refresher. Now, so on and so forth. We have got a system in place until the guy becomes a district manager. So this average takes like 8 years time. If the person is really brilliant, he might take 5 years, but average it will be 8 years. So what I am saying is, for this 8 years, we have got a program in place of how to develop these skills. Now you'll ask, what happens after 8 years? After 8 years, it is between him and God, okay? After that, we have got our return already, right? So he is now district manager, he will saturate there. His next step is regional manager. The pyramid becomes narrow anyway. So the company is also prepared that in between this many years, this is the year that he is likely to go on. Because see, we will have 53 like odd district offices, but we will have only 12 regional managers, correct? So the pyramid becomes narrow, and we know that he will, okay, maybe 5 years he will be district manager, maybe 10 years at the most, after that he will go on. Okay, so the program what we focus on actually is from the joining till the 8th year, approximately, okay, 8th year. After that it is only like programs, nomination based programs. We do not have any fixed programs beyond 8 years of our employee's tenure in the company. After that we will only have nomination based programs. So this is the method which we follow. It seems to work fine for us. If you are industry leader for 35 years, then something is working. Huh? Everything we do is not rubbish. Something is working. So this method seems to work for us.
Yeah, that's fine, because most of the traditional organizations follow this pattern. And today, if you see the way organizations are evolving, people may not have the patience for 5 years and 8 years to become a district manager, and there should be checks and balances like assessments, proper potential assessment. If it is in place, then nobody will deny. If the organizations can bring that scheme, it will become more objective. Rather, it's tenure based. You have completed 8 years, get into that thing. It is not development. It is again a kind of inflation. I will say that the country is having 6-7% inflation growing. With inflation, your grade, cadre, money, because you cannot increase the salary or CTC. With promotion, you get into that kind of thing. So this is
very correct. See, it becomes more or less like a government company kind of a setup, right? So even if you are very, very talented, okay, before 3 years you are not going to reach there, right? It is going to take 3 years. So what will happen is that you are very correct. You will reach to a point where the talented guy will just jettison out and look somewhere else because he wants a faster growth. So any loss that you have will be a regret loss, correct?
See, I'll bring from the corporates to kitchen, okay, because I relate very, life examples, okay. Well, you see, when I said the, salary 2,000 to 10,000 you have increased for your, house support system. Do you know, first they will say that, we'll do X number of things, but we can also take care of your kids. We can teach them vernacular language, something. These are add-ons. These are the skills which will separate them from others. Somebody will come with a mindset, I will do X number of work, only go do the kitchen work, get 5,000. But say, yeah, I am coming here, I can do also the things which make you more lazy. You need not have to spend time, half an hour to teach somebody. Suppose I have come from some place in north, I will teach your kids Tamil. And that kind of value, that kind of, these are the things which is coming up in real time, in corporates also, with responsibility, with grade, with higher salary. If you can do multiple things, the organization, it's a win-win situation. You don't have to deploy 2-3 people. That is how organizations are moving towards. Interesting. So let's get into the next question, and I'll ask Padma ma'am. What might be the reasons why leaders or organizations shy away from developing people? I have my own opinions. I'll take 1 minute. Because many places I have seen leaders are very insecure. Nobody wants to leave their chair. If I am the CEO of the company, I would be CEO for eternity. Nobody, they don't want to bring people so that they will push, because after CEO, what will become? You will become chairman, or after chairman, what else? So the things are, shrinking. I have seen a tendency where leaders, they don't want to create another leader because they don't want to leave the chair. They don't want to leave the position. Is it the insecurity? I would like to know from you, ma'am, that why the leaders shy away from developing people or creating successors.
I think they are only looking at the bottom line half the time. That's one of the biggest reasons, I think, and I'm very, very personally passionate about this point that you made. For me, I think personally, leadership means empathy, and empathy means inclusive. Okay, so it's so important to make everyone in the organization feel included in the plan and the purpose of the organization. And of course, every organization has its own culture, the values, all that. But I don't know if it's very clearly defined so that the values actually cascade very well to the bottom level. And I think it has to start from the top, and and there has to be a strategy and a mechanism that it gets translated to the last employee is what I think. But I think one reason basically, of course, today everyone is chasing numbers at whatever level of leadership they are, and business matters. It is very, very competitive, so people spend a lot of time looking at the bottom line of their balance sheets and all that. That could be one of the reasons. And second, I also think a lot of it is left to the HR and HR VP and all that, and leaders also assume that things are happening. So I also think it's important for leaders to understand, have a mechanism to get in touch with a lot of employees to understand whether it is actually happening. Because otherwise, I think they are in this cloud that because I have a virtual university, I've given them, LMS, I've given them managers, I've given them team leaders, and it's, I think it's wrong to assume that things are happening, because I don't think most organizations it happens.
Absolutely, because it's easier said than done. Because the level of insecurity, the level of thinking, yes, there is somebody in my absence who can take charge and I can take the organization to the next level. The thought process itself is very narrow. There is lot of challenges in that, and it's culture. And today you see the government also brings 3 years tenure. The CEOs will be there for 3 years. Then even with that 3 years tenure also, they make it a point and see that the next 30 years also they will be there till, as I said, the eternity. Because if you don't come from within that, yes, it is not the cake which I should take the full cake of it slice. It has to be something to, the baton has to be passed on. It's a very, very tricky situation, and many organizations, many leaders have to think through how they want to evolve their organization and take it forward. I also would like to know from you, Jayant, what is your views on why leaders shy away for developing people?
So one thing that, as you told, there is an insecurity. One other part of it is, most of managers on the field, they don't want people to be more smarter than them. So it is one of the, that is one of the perceptions that is forming in. And as a HR, we need to educate them what is the value add that people development initiative should be there in the organization. For example, when working for Chola, so the headcount is very huge. So we actually took out a lot of people who are not performing. So we had to basically bucket them and say, this set of people are not so good in terms of the process knowledge or the product knowledge. Maybe the product knowledge is missing for them. So some of the areas there is a communication issue. So some of the areas there are other development or behavioral issues. So we have to point out where we need to develop people into. So, and we have to make the management understand
the importance, and so that they don't kind of shy away from investing in that. So probably if one set of people who are very what do you say, they are not good at the process knowledge, probably the HR and the product manager should go and explain about what the product is all about. So educating them, and we have to give the tangible benefits that if we wanted to invest on these kind of development programs, what kind of benefit it has to be. So it is the HR's role also, and those are the two points from my side.
Yeah, you said it is HR roles, but I have a different point of view. Charity begins at home. If HR will say that yes, I want to continue as advisor to the chairman, I will also continue to as consultant to the chairman, and don't leave the chair and keep doing the same things. How others will think of developing the people below you at the organization. So as I said, it's a very tricky thing. It's very debatable. But let's move on, and would like to know from Bala sir, people development. What should be the right percentage of spend? Like suppose you are spending 100 for your people budget or HR budget. How much do you think very ideal kind of budget for people development or the training per se?
Yeah, ideally we have to spend 10%, because normally if you take about our business, ours is 90% imports. Balance 10%, we have to manage our operation cost. On that, if you see, on a turnover of 4,000 crores per year, we are almost spending on people development. People cost is 40 crores. So we want to spend on the development, about people development on various initiatives, minimum 4 crores at least, because that we divide actually internal and external. So internal customers are the people who are traveling along with you. External, who buys the product, the consumers. We do a lot of activities like CSR towards the society. So we spend almost 2 crores on the education alone for our distributors, for our whatever the area surrounding. Within the 25 kilometers radius, we adapt the school, actually, all government schools, and we spend their education, because in the current year we took a target of 7,500 students and around 75 lakhs, and it should be done in 75 days on the occasion of 75th Independence Day celebration. We completed 78 lakhs, and all the 7,500 all the 7,500 students are benefited. So we have to take care of internal and as well as external, because ultimately, being a consumer product, we have to satisfy both.
See, my view, when you are developing the community and all, it also should supplement to your business. It should not become a charity. Have you done any analysis or employed the students you have developed here around your periphery? If that happens, it is a complement. It's supplementing to your spend or your initiative towards people development. If it is happening, that's a super thing.
Yeah, it is happening actually, because when you compare last 2 years, we have not done because of COVID, all pass, 100% pass. So then what we have to do, we are compelled to do. And second, we never select the what is their requirement. We inform the teacher. I always say Mata, Pita, Guru, Devam. Only Guru select the book for the students. They buy it from the vendor. We pay it to the vendor. So this is what everybody have given a feedback. Last 2 years I have passed, but this year who will help? Nobody will help, because it is not going to be a 100% pass. They have to write. So everybody have given the feedback at the right time.
Constantly we have to change. Like COVID comes, entire training thing changes, and we also partner with medical students, and right now campus we are planning. So a lot of things we are also want to co-create with the environment, with the surroundings, so that because it's ultimately it's going to benefit the people thing, and which is also complementing our business. So which is what we wanted to take it, because without training, we cannot do these things, because the ultimate it's on the people.
Yeah, Chaco would like to add just want to add something. I want you to give both these gentlemen a big hand, because this 10% and 20% is awesome. Okay, if you do a Google check right now, you can find out the percentage which a company, the HR budget itself, will be only 2 to 4% of the turnover. So what these guys are doing is awesome, simply awesome. Okay, so out of the 2 to 4% on an HR budget, then learning and development is a percentage of that 2 to 4%. So if they are doing 10 and 20%, it's really it's a lesson for us. We can also do it. Thank you guys. Awesome.
A quick update on the reality part of it. A company sets up a huge budget for the training, maybe 10%, 20%. But at the end of the year, if you see, there is a huge unutilized budget in terms of the training part of it. The reason being, investing in the right impactful initiatives. That there is a technology that we can invest in terms of a learning management system, LMS, or a digital learning content. Okay, there are many areas. So people only think about the vendor cost and the classroom kind of cost that we have. But organization should have a very conscious call where we have to invest in terms of learning or people development initiatives. That is most important.
Yeah, I'll add on, because there is a tendency, if this year your budget was 40 crores and you spent 30 crores, then the natural feeling is they are underutilized, there is no need of making it 40. The next year budget will be 20 crore. So, and that way the budget and the development seriousness gets shrink. I don't know. Well, this is just a common thing. Let's move on, and we'll have very interesting question. I thought I'll bring it here. Chaco, would like to hear from you. Is an internal or a cultural, because it depends organization to organization. What is the culture? What kind of motivation you have? But tell me, what are your views? Whether leaders should be borrowed or bought or built?
Very good. Excellent question. Okay. So I guess you are asking me this because I'm speaking a lot. Okay. Anyway, right. My thought on this was, it's actually a mixture. I'll give you a typical example of our own organization. Okay. Now, we have got basically a policy that any person in the field will be ingrown. So we will not take a lateral hire for a field position. Okay. So if a person is a regional manager, he has to start as a territory sales supervisor, and he will be grown into the regional manager's position. Okay. But at the same time, for corporate roles, there are some roles which we don't understand. See, for example, like previous panels were talking about data analyst and all, that is something we have traditionally, we don't know that. So one person from outside become to take that role as a data analyst. Okay. Then again, there are some markets. We have never been in Europe market, so we got a person for that market from outside. Now, if you ask me, I would personally align towards the latter. That is, I would say that an ingrown person always motivates your existing workforce, because your existing workforce thinks, if this guy can reach that position, I can also if I work hard. But the moment you take a guy from outside and put him laterally, then the guy inside starts thinking, what the hell here, how much ever hard I work, he's going to bring a manager from outside and put him. Correct? So I would align to the latter. That is, I would prefer to grow a leader internally. Okay? And if it is 100% not possible, okay, I will go outside. But I would prefer to grow an internal leader.
I completely agree with your point of view, because today you try to get an expert in data science and all, you have to get it from outside. But the thing is, when you are bringing from outside, it will give you 30x. Okay. Okay, I'm not saying, double or triple, it's 30x simply, that kind of, the kind of remuneration they will ask and you will give. Is it sustainable? Is it, you will continue for 4 or 5 years, then all behind them, behind the person, all will leave. So the best way would be bring the person, telling him, if I am keeping you 1 year, you have to create 10 successors or 5 successors. If I am bringing you as an expert and giving you that kind of remuneration salary, it is your responsibility and it should be in black and white. If you don't do it, the person also will not develop. As in the previous question I asked, why leaders shy away of developing people? Because of insecurity. If I get a person ready, then I will not get 30x. Say, well, you are now calm ho gaya, you get lost. So this is a very thin point, thin line. So good, nice for bringing it out. I would like to conclude with ma'am. Ma'am, we started with you. We would like to know your expert views on this point, and with that we will conclude our session.
I have Chaco's opinion. I think it depends on, definitely when it is ingrown, there's a lot of loyalty, and I think they will also transcend the values and the culture of organization much better than someone who comes from outside. And I also agree to your thing. Supposing you bring someone from outside, I don't know how sustainable that will be. Okay, and what kind of motivation it leaves with people who've been in the organization for a while.
Super, great points. So now I would like to take some questions, because as I told you at the beginning, this panel we would like to hear it out from the audience, their thought process. If they have any valid points or anything to add, the forum is open to all of you guys. I would request the volunteers to pass on the mics. Any questions from the audience? We would like to take it. And please ask the question, and that's to be addressed to whom you can also mention. Please stand and speak the question, tell the question. We'll take for 10 minutes, maybe 4 or 5 questions. So the others who are ready, you can also in line next. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Ajoy. So my question is, so there was this Chaku sir saying like 8 years plus, if not later, it's gone. Okay, so coming from the IT industry, people surviving for 1 year, 2 years itself is difficult. Okay, so anybody who is working for 3 months, 10 months, or 1 year, the break even is done. But if we have to consider a cycle similar to your pattern in an IT industry, what would be a solution?
See, I'll divide it between Chaco and Priyal because they're sitting next to each other. Yeah, over to you.
Very good question, Joy. Okay, again, I'm thinking that you are asking me the question because I'm the talkative guy here. Okay, right. Okay, listen. Now, I'll tell you about one company that I know and their method. Correct? Now, I'm talking about, actually, this is a call center kind of a business. Now, see, in a call center business, it depends upon what kind of a business you are doing, right? What type of a call you are doing. Now, I can pay the guy a certain maximum cap salary for doing this job of calling. I know fully well I cannot pay him 2 lakhs for calling people and saying, do you want an Airtel connection, correct? Now, there's a cap. So, the organization itself has come to an understanding that the lifespan of this employee is this much. They are aware of it, correct? And they stick to that. Okay, they don't have any feelings that somebody is leaving after 1 year because that is their business cycle, right? On the other hand, if you look at another company, like let's take for example, take my company or SPCL, which is a construction company. Now there, unless you complete 2 to 3 years, you won't even learn your business itself. Correct? So in that case, retention is becoming a priority there. Okay, and also there you can pay higher salaries for a more experienced person. Raw tire builder might get 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, but an experienced guy can definitely be paid 1 lakh because that is a very highly specialized job. So this is the way I'll put it. In IT industries, the IT company has to decide what is the business they are in, and do they actually need a guy to be there for 10 years? That need is not there for most of the companies, right? The guy itself will get bored. I don't want to develop a website. I want to develop a software to bomb Pakistan. Then this is not the company for you, right? He will go to a company that is developing missile technology. That's all, right? So I hope that answers your question. That it's very much industry specific and depends on the business that you do. Over to Priya.
Absolutely, absolutely, I'll go with him. So it's absolutely industry specific. So we do not want a person to wait for 8 years, especially in IT. So the tenure of any person in IT, even if he crosses 2 to 3 years, I think it's good enough. So whatever money you put on him, you've got it back. So we as HR should be satisfied and tell our business that it's enough, he's finished 3 years, let him go. Let me get a person who is sitting on bench who has no work. So I think that's my viewpoint on this question. Thank you. I hope I answered and I did justice.
Give me a few minutes because I take this liberty to introduce my friend Jerome to all of you. He comes from Tablets India. Jerome, we are talking about the subject on people development and all. I am very much thankful to you. A few months back, I requested him to send a bunch of school students to Tablets India to learn the chemical process of making drugs, and he was so kind of following the students coming into the Tablets India. That shows, as I said, the organizational culture. Thank you so much, because before you came we were talking about community, also developing the community and people outside your ecosystem, stakeholders. Before you go to the questions from the audience, would like to know your views on the whole topic in a very quick 3-4 minutes.
Good evening. I'm sorry I'm late. I had personal issues with one of my uncles who got admitted in the hospital, so I was late. The topic that when I heard this, the leadership, the crisis in leadership and decoding what future of HR is going to be. Couple of things which is important for all of us as HR professionals. One, the technology is going to be the future of, which is going to drive all of us. Second, the talent that we are hiring, how are we going to nurture them for the future leaders? And this is going to play a very, very important role where I'm sure all of us here will agree to this. We all have started our careers way back in 15, 20 years back. I've got around 18 plus years of experience in HR. So we all started, and fortunately we had all wonderful leaders with us who groomed us, and what we are today is because of all that. So it's important, when we are looking at the VUCA world, the agility and the faster growing and the expectation of the youngsters. When we are looking at it, technology is going to play a very, very important role in making it successful. And being in pharma industry almost more than a decade, the attrition is next to insurance industry. We are almost running at a pace of almost 30 to 40%. In insurance industry is running around at 50 to 60% attrition. So the churnout is very, very, very high. And we have now slowly, previously we used to hire only B pharmas and science graduates. Now we are looking at even stepping down to hire a 10 plus 2 is 18 years plus. And hiring from a 2-tier, 3-tier cities who can retain and stay back for a long time and give them a 6 months coaching, training and developing them, and then giving them a graduation simultaneously through correspondence, an SMT concept. So we are coming up with various new initiatives of this kind so that we have a good retention and also come up with various opportunities for the younger generation which can motivate them, which can take them to the next level. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jerome. This is exactly we were talking a little bit earlier that the skill and will is going to be very important, and it all depends irrespective of grade, location and all. It has to be holistic, it has to be inclusive. It should not be the development should happen to the smartest and the guys in the cities. It has to be throughout the places and throughout the age, gender and all. There is nothing called talent has no limit. So here is a question from my friend. He was raising hand. Can you give the mic please if he has any questions to ask? We take 2 questions and then we wrap up. Three combined one.
Hi, good evening to all. My name is Balaji. This question is going to be to Mr. Bala. For the last 2 years, we were behind this COVID situations, and we had many lockdowns, and most of our industries were behind this work from home situation. But when Bala was explaining about his industry and his, how he handled the workforce with respect to his manufacturing this thing, apart from the medical industry, which is, of course, it's essential. So I would like to hear from him for for few things, how he might have faced some negative, challenges during the course of maybe 1.5 years or 2 years of this COVID. So which we would like to hear. We might have heard many success stories, but these challenges will help us in this big forum.
Yeah.
Having
You need to ask the learnings and the failures. I would like to hear the failures, that it could have been done or it is not beyond our kind of capacity to safeguard.
Exactly.
So what do you?
Yeah. Good question. Well, it's a good forum and good question also. First thing, first positive came in Gumadipundi. Our company was shut down for 2 days. This is the first I would like to talk about positive. First positive, this is a negative incident.
It COVID positive.
So, and my boss is also here, forum president. So we are everybody asking, like you ask now, sir, now you got positive. What are all the precautions we have to take, sir? Please tell me, sir. So I got lot of messages through WhatsApp. I just said simple, isolate the person, because at that time they were not clear. Even if you see the COVID guidelines, it was only, they are telling only basic. They are not gone in depth. Then they asked us, sir, this person COVID positive only in boiler department. It is not related to other department. So you cannot shut down the entire unit. You shut down the process, only particular. Then the collector gave the order. Yes, what he said is correct. Please open the factory. Because the problem is the logistics person, vehicle driver, he was locked inside. The police locked. Then he was crying, sir, I am not. That person went in morning. I came only in the evening. My vehicle I have to go, sir. This is what the practical problem. See, like you said, positive and negative, we faced a lot of problem in entire Gumadipundi Sipcot. I just want to tell that area. But everybody have got a R&D, research and development, from our company KTV. And everybody were ready for that. This is the first one. Second thing, the people about we are talking about now, I have tablets, I have health care. So we immediately we were paying 1.5 lakhs insurance for all the people from down the line till the managerial. Once this COVID came positive, came to one employee of particular department, immediately we increased the insurance coverage from 1.2 to 5 lakhs. This is what COVID taught us. So increase the insurance coverage. This is point number 2. Point number 3. Earlier it was only covered only for the particular employee and wife, limited to 2 children. Now what we done? Husband, wife and children and father and mother. We included. So it's a family floater only. But this COVID has taught some positive, some negative also. And finally, everybody will say WFH. It is called work from home. For us, it is work from home. Okay. So we work 24/7 at the factory. There is no hybrid. we have to work because we don't have a remote to operate our process. Because otherwise edible oil will not come, we cannot pack. So this is what I would like to end.
So one more question I just want to get. How did they self-motivate on it? Because it was a life threat. Society is how did they self-motivate on that particular period?
Good question. So for this also I will tell. During the month of April, May, June, in the first quarter, which was a very crucial period, we gave edible oil to all the employees. This is the first motivation, because you will not get edible oil outside market, our market inside. So first we gave all the category of people. Whatever we manufacture, we give for them 1 liter per month. 3 months we gave. So 3 liters they got free. And second thing, as I told already, the wages, the CSR policy at that time, they extended for daily wages, and the contract workers can be covered under CSR over and above the salary. So we gave them, because it is like there is no gender equality around there. 90% of the people working in our company are interstate migrant. Out of the 90% interstate migrant, 60% contract workers from inland and surrounding of the Gumadipundi, who are all female workers. So women empowerment, if you ask me the attrition, no attrition, zero. Because we are the only company working in Gumadipundi. How the attrition will be there? So this is what we have given management. 10,400 is the minimum wages. We pay abrupt 10,400 for all. This is what.
Bala, I got a lot of inspiration from it. Anybody looking for a change and all, take his number. This is a great place to connect with him over dinner. So you will have a lot of people coming to you. We will take last question because
maybe I'll direct my question to Madam. So, and I'm generalizing this. I'm generalizing to all industries and staff. When we were talking about leadership development, and it is looked upon that India leaders are more task managers. We develop, and we are talking about it, more work, managing more work, getting more things done, revenue out of it and all that. And sadly, leadership development and thoughts are also again on task manager basis. And sadly, as HR also, we are asked to deliver X amount of things. But where are we on strategic leadership? So most of the time, sadly, all the overseas counterparts take those strategic leadership positions. Where are we on the quality of the leadership that is being built? It is not only about the number more or the higher grade or thing. And when you talk on aspirations, do people talk only on volume of work? Do people talk only in volume of grade? Or are they willing to get and learn and do something new? And this is sadly something that is across industries in India. And we look for brains, new idea generation and everything coming up from either premier institutes in India, or we ship them up from abroad, and we have big idea generation only from abroad. So on quality of leadership, what is it that we are doing, and how can we help on the quality of leadership that is being developed?
See, I come from a point of view where today we benchmark leaders to the labels that they have. If you're a CEO, then you're called a leader. If you're CFO, then you're called a leader and all that. I think it's important. Everyone can be a leader if you have the ability to lead. Okay, and if you can look at your own team and make sure that that set of people, it could be 10 or 20, if you're able to transform, then you're a leader by yourself. You don't have to put a label to you as a leader. Okay, but that's why we're talking about leadership crisis. That's why I said, for me personally, I think there is a serious leadership deficit in the country. Okay, like Jerome was saying, very nicely, I've completed 30 years working. Okay, and whatever I am today, I will go back and give all my employers, my mentors, who understood what skills I had, and based on those skills, they gave me opportunity. I don't think you have them anymore. They don't make those kind of leaders anymore, is what I think. Because people will chase numbers. And see, promotions are also given only by numbers, right? You don't get promotion because they develop 10 people. Where do you get those kind of promotions? Unless and until it is linked, it's ensured that, they also develop people, like what Vikram was saying. Otherwise, I don't think you're going to get those kind of leaders. I wish we could see more of this.
Thank you. One last question. With this, we conclude the session. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Ravi Kumar from Iron and Steel Industry, Gumurikundi, and also founder president of Thodaram to Sri City. We meet every month at Gumurikundi. Excellent panel, but with regard to the topic, we want RV or our employees and our trainees, so-called new apprentices, what are the skill level now? We have a skill India, all skill development takes place. Is it ready to meet our new age, what we are talking about? Where are we now? I request the panel to address and how we have to seriously follow this. Are we serious really? I have an opinion they are not serious because this artificial intelligence, ML and analytics, everything where? Are we at the 5% now? No, I don't know. It is not touched even elite manufacturing industry. So how many years will take? I request panel to and give some positive answers.
I will take it because coming from education industry now, I migrated from HR to business. Okay, I can talk for hours and hours on this particular topic. We cannot become so pessimist and kind of impatient because it takes time to build skills. Overnight, you cannot think magic will happen. The national education policy has brought so many changes at the grassroots level that will supplement to what you asked of. It has to start from school. It cannot be the way, the school education today we are having. Okay, all bookies and all, there is no complexity or ideation. There is no process for doing experimentation, but we are moving towards it. And the education policy has brought so many changes. Like, there are, if you go to the very nitty-gritty of the policy, it focuses more on developing the skill rather than the marks. We keep talking that he has taken 10th, 12th standard people in place of B Pharma, M Pharma. Don't you think that is a big step, big leap? In IT industries, no more BE Computer Science, BE IT. It is BCA, MCA, BBA. Now it has come down to 10 plus 2. In Mindtree, where I come from, we have seen, since we are not getting talent in those brackets, BE Computer Science, because you have 3, 4 offer letters, they may not join. There is high level of kind of decision. They are not able to decide which company to join. It's better to go down and get those people, 10, 12 and all. That is a big positive step. If you keep asking me whether we have reached 5%, I will say yes, we have reached many more. Big corporates like L&T, we have now 13 skill training institutes. We have in Odisha, we have started the World Skill Training Center under Subrata Bhattacharya. Okay, the country has put so much of the Prime Minister has put so many policies and things. Prime Minister Kushal Yojana, that will PMKY. So many things are coming at grassroots level because at corporate level your hands are tight. You try to push the money through CSR for development because your aim is to see the bottom line. You want to see the profit. You are not 100% committed to the development of the people. The ITIs are getting revamped. It is going to take a very, very nice shape in the coming years. The vocational training will be the need of the hour. If you ask me, get 100 computer science engineers, in 1 hour I'll get it. If you ask me get 10 plumbers, it will take 10 days or a month to get plumbers. So we always say necessity is the mother of invention. It's very true. And today the kind of efforts being taken at grassroots, then corporate level, then state level. In Tamil Nadu, the government has taken so much of initiative. The Nal Mudavan scheme, okay, to skill development things. Many governments across the country they are doing it. So I think it's a journey. It's a sweet journey. It's a long journey. It's a marathon. It's not 100 meters which we can close right away. I think this sums up your question. Thank you so much. Great audience, great questions. My heartfelt thanks, gratitude to MGR, Dr. Bala, honorable seniors from MGR. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to address all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panel members. And for the concluding remarks, I invite Mr. Ashish Dakre.
Okay, I request everyone to be there just in a room for 5 more minutes. Yeah? You are waiting for a drink or dinner? Both, no? First drink, then. Okay, great. Can I invite Bala? Bala, come here.
Yeah, please.
So let's give a big round of applause for this guy. We need more Bala to have such kind of event. Yeah. Please help Bala, in institute like Dr. MGR, because you are all recruiting people, right? Okay. Please contribute to the society also, because everybody needs fresher nowadays, right? Yeah, great resignation is happening, so fresher will not go anywhere, at least for 1 year. Okay, I need Bala, please be here. I want to call Vikram here. Vikram. Okay, so this event, I know Bala just till before 1 month. 1.5 months, right? And Vikram got me, and Vikram sold HR Shaper concept to Bala. Okay, let's have an event with HR Shaper. So this is happening only because of the Vikram. Yeah, Vikram, thank you so much. Yeah.
I also need to thank you. First of all, I need to thank Vikram because we have been discussing for some real type MO with L&T State for starting some program core for non-circuit branches. We are discussing then, and then I informed to him we need to just start a program a small basis. We should start with HR conclave. He immediately introduced this gentleman. With this, the program has been started. I'm thankful to everyone who participated today. This currently we are called as National Conclave. Very soon or by a year, we'll be conducting international conclave with HR. We'll try to bring it. Definitely, at a great level. I need the support from you all. Please support us. Ask whatever the key points we mentioned with reference to freshers. We'll take the key points. We'll upskill our students with all this L&T states and some of the MO which we have signed today. Will this mainly for upskilling of our students. Please support us. Thank you. And I request again you please join for such conclave, and it's a very prestigious for our institution also. Thank you.
So those who want to spend time with the institute, students, teachers, faculty for a development, please connect with Bala, most welcome. And so obviously we need more Bala and we need more.
This is a short-term preparation. I need to thank my management, chairman, president, and secretary, because the key which was given is the initial token of love. It will be continued further. And like I said, this will be for the last 2 days because as everyone said in the chat also, Indrajit is there. Yeah, he's there. Yeah, we have been chatting, and whether it's happened or not happened, that discussion was going on for last 1 week. Thanks for all support. And my concern is this is what token of love from MGR University. I need to, on behalf of you, I want to thank my chairman, president, and secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's on the behalf of HR Paper, entire HR community as well. Thanks to them. And I'm very Bala had done a preparation for 250. Will you not believe? For an arrangement for 250. On the first floor, when you go for a drink, you will see the place where, if this room is full, we will ask them to sit over there and do the live telecast. Those who didn't come. We will block them next time, huh? On WhatsApp group. Okay, so this is not a vote of thanks. I will introduce to one gentleman who is very close to HR Paper, very old guy. Okay, here is yeah, over to you.
Not old by age, I'm not an old monk though.
No, old by experience.
Yeah. So very good, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure meeting each one of you. First look at each other and say, thank you God. Look at each other. Because thanks, why? Because all of us are alive. We lost our dear ones, right? Today this happened because thanks to HR Shapers. A lot happened to me through HR Shapers. Just a small incident which happened is I visited Bikram to L&T group. He took me around, showed the office so well. This could only happen because I knew Ashish, right? So thank you very much, Bala, for organizing this. But we had a very good discussion. Yeah, I know, a heated discussion, but ended up becoming good friends, right? So thank you very much, the panelists, for adding it. Where people say, how much is organization investing on us? I will turn around the coin and say, please invest something on you. Spend some money out of your savings to upskill yourself. Don't wait for the organization to invest. And people say we don't have time. My CEO says there is something called as a day job and an evening job. Right? Day job, you do it for your bread and butter. There is a night job which you have to do, which is me time. Spend some me time to upskill yourself. Start reading, right? So thank you very much, Ashish, for getting this organized for us. Through you, we meet a lot of faces. We come to know what industry is doing. Thank you very much, the NGR University, for creating this platform. And learned a lot of things. It was a delight to meet the head of this. He said, I'm feeding 10, he's giving jobs to 10,000 people. That means today 10,000 families are surviving because of it, right? So thank you very much. Thank each one of you who have come here. And pleasure being here. Thank you very much. I'm sure each one of you are waiting to shake your leg with the peg. The bar is on. Thank you.
So, yeah, we got a good number of response. Around 300 people registered. Okay, and the last statement, but many were asking, what is the meaning of DEIB you wanted to tell? Yeah, waiting, huh? Okay, so D means national anthem, yeah. So D means invited to party. I means invited to dance, right? And B means correct to some extent, that's right. Okay, so invited to party, invited to dance, then invited for a drink also. And the last one, which is equity, which is more to do with you pay the bill. Yeah, okay, it can have many more meaning also, but yes, we also need to focus on the IB. Yeah, thank you so much. Bala, over to you.
I'm Director. First, I like to thank all the participants for accepting our invite. All the key players are here, the HR managers. I have only one request to all of you. Can you just tell at least 2% of your workforce have you obtained from academics like us? No, there is a lot of gap. So please, our request to you, dear HR professionals, at least try to have 2% of your workforce that you try to hire from institutions like us, because this is how most of the Western countries have developed all their technologies with the close participation of academia with the industry, because
the gap between the academia and the industry is really huge in our country. So we are ready to sponsor our faculty members on sabbatical for 6 months or 1 year, but the thing is, there is no industry to take them in their role also. So this will really bring the industry problems to academic, and then again students will also work on those problems, and again they will go back, then there will be a good ecosystem that can be built across also. So this, please take that, and then take this as an industry social responsibility of companies also. So this is the very first request, and then request also, because as an industry, you have to have the policy to update all your machineries, equipments, all the process also. So in that particular process, when you feel that something is absolute, even let it be a human resources also, because right now, as per the new education policy, we need to have professor of practice also, where they need not have any formal education, but their knowledge is very important for training our students also. So you give those missionaries, and then the people whom you feel that already they have completed their service. So now they are knowledgeable, but we are ready to take those knowledges and then utilize for the development of our students also. So both equipments as well as we are ready to take. With this, I have to thank our management, especially our founder chancellor as well as our president, for readily accepting when both myself and then Bala, we come out with this idea. So why don't we bring all the HR professionals in Chennai City together for such a conclave? So they have accepted, and then now it has happened. So I once again thank our administration, top level people there, as well as actually we have our rector and then our pro vice chancellor, all the the vice chancellor, everybody came and then motivated all of us. Finally, I would like to thank my fellow colleague Dr. Bala. So he is a doer. So that's what actually the difference between him and then the other people there. So my credit, all the credit goes to Dr. Bala for his valuable follow-up processes. And then finally, I would like to thank Ashish as well as Vikram for their very active role in this discussion. Thanks a lot for all your participation. Thank you.
Some announcement, this is about the HR Shaper event. On an average, every week some event is happening of HR Shaper anywhere. Okay? Just before a week it happened in Jakarta HR Shaper. Next week it is happening in Hyderabad. Next week Friday. Then next week it is happening in Bangalore. Then again we are going back to Jakarta, then Dubai, London, Singapore in the month of January. So in whichever place you are there on particular day, most welcome to attend. I am looking for a lot of sponsors also. Okay. So any reference is most welcome. Yeah. Can we have a national anthem?
Yes.
I request Mr. Balasubramaniam to take the dais to honor our moderators.
It is in the car. Oil bag. 1 liter. Sunland.
Let's all stand. stand to honor our national anthem.
अधिनायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाने तव शुभ आशीष गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे
That concludes a remarkable and memorable event. On behalf of Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute, I promise that this may be the end of today's session, but certainly it will bring new hopes and aspirations. Thank you all. Dinner will be served in the same floor and cocktail will be available in the ground floor.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause to MC Madam. Thank you, Madam. Thank you so much. Very well. Okay, couple of more dates. Please remember, if anybody wants to join for 3 days, 2 nights in Kolar, which is near Mumbai, Pune. Okay, we are going to do adventure around Bond. That is on 25th to 27th. That's again HR paper.
Complimentary?
We are going to Goa. Yes, complimentary, no fees. We are going to Goa. That is paid. Goa tour is paid. Okay, that's in December we go. Every year, this is the 5th year we will go. And Vishnu was part of it of the last tour. And then SHRM conference in Delhi, that's the paid one happening in on 24th, 23rd and 24th. If anybody is looking for some discount, please contact me. Okay? Discount.